Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday. Today we're going to get into some tarot, a collective reading. The sun is currently in Taurus. The moon is currently in Gemini. So what's in store? What are we building? And how will it pan out? So peace and welcome. If you're joining today, go ahead and hit that like button. And hopefully you are prepared to receive your tarot reading. So let's get with it. Let's get with it. Better plug this phone in, I'll tell you that. Peace and greetings to everybody currently present. Fat Tony, peace, peace. Supremacy McCoy, peace. Training Roge, peace, peace. Kennard, hello, hello, peace and greetings. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. How are we feeling this evening? How we doing? How we doing? Supremacy McCoy says, loving these recent Taurus vibes. I can feel that. Not bad. Jessica Jones, peace and welcome. The Mental Goddess, greetings. All right, so let's get into it. Let's get into it. Enchanted Cottage 333. Peace and welcome. Always good to see you as well. Etheric. Peace, peace. All right, so where we at with it? Where we at with it? How is Taurus season treating you? Roy, peace, peace. Stray Panther, peace, my guy. Hazard Pie, hot and fresh out the grease, hot and moisturized. The only way to be. All right, so we've got Gemini Moon and we've got Taurus Sun. Trying to adjust this light so that it's not reflecting so hard, but I'm not so sure if I can help it at this point. Messed up what I had in the first place. How about that? That's good, that's good. Taurus, Gemini. Oh yeah. Lila S, peace, peace. Alden, peace. Hazard Pie says, I feel smooth, primordial grease. Order out of chaos, right? Curve, peace and greetings. All right. How's your week? How have these energies been treating you? How was that new moon in Taurus recently? And by recently, I mean yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Enchanted Cottage says, yeah, Gemini season is coming, and we are chomping at the bit. Right. We got our nice little preview today. And the moon actually just went into Gemini. Like, not even what was it, an hour ago, maybe? Yeah, about an hour ago. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so we're going to get with this collective reading for those of us who are awakened and on the frequency, committing our regular patterns to the study of the occult, the study of self, the study of the soul, doing the work, making moves, making progress to get to that next level, the level that we will inevitably arrive at, some sooner than later, right? 40 shot kosher corvert, peace, peace. I'm curious, what does your name mean? Where does that come from? Jay Baldale, peace, my brother. Jay Baldhouse says good evening and much love at work, but listening. Cool, cool. Me too. By the way, check it out, everybody who is here. Listen, right now I've still got the sale going on for my highly acclaimed shadow work mastery system. So if you missed it the first time around and you're still looking to take part in my framework for healing the inner child and addressing the shadow, for harmonizing those subconscious influences that may have been causing blockages in your manifestation, that may have been causing repeating patterns of pain and suffering, right? If you want my system for healing that, right now is the best time to get it. 50% off. And to sweeten the deal, I'm bundling it with the cyclomancy class. So if you act now this week while this sale is going on, you can get both cyclomancy and my shadow work mastery system at more than half off. It's normally a $700 value, but you'll certainly be saving by getting this package deal, right? If you're interested in that, I'll be posting the link in the description of this video and the video posted earlier and all the videos that I'm posting this week, because that's how long the sale is going. So take advantage of that. Don't hesitate, because after this week, the price is going back up to full. And like I said, this is something that you definitely want to do if you're tired of repeating these same patterns that are causing you blockages in your manifestation, right? Because as we know, what is the shadow? The shadow is the aspect of us that is happening unconsciously, right? We're conscious of the clothes we wear, we're conscious of the choices we make every day, but what we're not conscious of is the influences that cause us to make those choices, right? Do you understand why you're attracted to the people you're attracted to? Do you understand why you have certain emotional patterns as far as maybe being depressed or what makes you feel good? Do you commonly experience procrastination on the goals that you're trying to achieve? Do you constantly suffer from self-doubt, negative self-talk, all those things? Well, a lot of this deals with what's going on in your shadow. And if you don't understand how to access your shadow and heal these things, then my course can help you like it has helped many, many others. So check that out. Enchanted Cottage says, I have questions I want to ask about that course. Are those vids available to rewatch if we miss course time? Absolutely. So here's the thing with the shadow work course. It is go at your own pace, because the subject matter that we're dealing with there is very sensitive and it might take a few days to process what's going on. So the shadow work course is completely do it yourself, go at your own pace. The cyclomancy course, it is a live course and it begins on this Saturday actually. So on Saturdays, we'll take about 2 hours and, I'll be teaching. I'll also be asking about your experience with this. And I'm going to put you into groups so that you can practice cyclomancy with each other. If you do miss a live session, it is most definitely recorded. And there's also going to be a Discord group so that communication can continue throughout the process. So yeah, if you're not able to attend, you can certainly catch up with the replay, for sure. And also, if you're a previous student of cyclomancy, the first class, you're absolutely welcome to join in on this next session. I think it'll actually be better for the new students because you guys can help with any questions they might have. And also, if the first time around you didn't quite get it, the second time around, It should certainly help you to go back over those techniques and expose some things about the unconscious mind that you may have missed the first time around. All right, Missy Morales, peace and greetings. Tifareth, Sirius Suit 888, peace. He says, I smell a Tifareth card. Oh yeah, you saw that. It's probably gonna make itself known again. Stray Panther says, can you still make a payment for the cyclomancy class? Absolutely. There is a payment set up. If you're interested in, if you're not able to do it all at once right now, message me on either Instagram or email at travismagus777@gmail.com, and we can set up a payment plan for you, most certainly. Jay Belthill says, what time Saturday, Trav? So it's going to be 1 p.m. Eastern time. I'll post the details in the group. 1 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday, and I'll be posting the links so everybody can get there in advance. All right, so let's do this collective reading. Are we ready? My shipment of Unicorn Fruity Pebbles coffee was delayed, so we're making do with hazelnut. All good. Hazelnut's my second favorite. All right, here we go. Let's do this. What's on your mind? Focus. Focus on the energies of now. Focus on whatever questions you may have. Focus on the pressing issues that may be present that require a solution, and expect an answer. That's how this works. Expect an answer. So let's get down with it. As Bobby Hemmett says, let's get on to that real funky shit. Speaking of Bobby Hemmett, did you notice that Brother Panic's channel is no longer with us? All those videos, all that scholarship, all that deep teaching is now cast into the void. That's a perfect example of why you really got to take advantage of these things while they're in front of you. Because tomorrow is not guaranteed, especially when it's free. All right, so let's get with the getting. Collective message. Card readings with Jamie. Peace. All right, here we go. 5 of Wands. 5 of Wands. Are we feeling that 5 of Wands energy so far? Ten of Swords. Are we feeling that Ten of Swords energy? Page of Pentacles. Let's get down with this. What's going on here? What's it mean? What's it mean? So, it seems as if right now there's a bit of a contentious type of energy. There's somewhat of a conflict when it comes to what is the priority of focus right now, right? It seems like there's a conflict of focus. And this is a recurring theme, especially when there is a lot of energy. If you guys recall from the past 2 months or so, there was a huge shift when Pluto entered Aquarius. A lot of spiritual energy has entered the playing field. And from that point, many of us took the opportunity and allocated that spiritual energy towards manifesting a particular goal. Some of us placed it towards a project that we wanted to work on. Some of us took that energy and placed it towards relationships and improving ourselves. But right now it seems like there's somewhat of a conflict of where we're spending that spiritual energy, right? Are you feeling that right now? It's a conflict of where we're spending that energy, and guess what? This is no ordinary conflict. This is more than just, should I have Taco Bell or should I make my own burritos today? This is something of definitely what step do I take next? Where do we go from here? So perhaps the first phase of you building, of you investing your energy, the first phase of whatever it is that you chose to start the past 2 months, perhaps the first phase has been completed. You've already seen results, you've already seen progress, you're already seeing things taking shape and going in the direction you want to go. Now we've hit somewhat of a roadblock to where the results you expected probably have not shown up in the way that you'd liked. And this is the point in the game where a lot of you are starting to experience doubt and negative self-talk and certain thoughts of conflict to where, did I make the right choice? Maybe I need to do something else. Should I pivot? Should I shift? Right? Let me know if you're feeling that so far, right? Those of you who have taken advantage of this energy in the past 2 or 3 months, you made progress, you started moving, but now there's a conflict of interest. Should I pivot? Should I switch? Should I do something else? Did I make the right choice? And the answer is here, right? If part of that investment of energy, if part of your recent endeavors has been on inner work, then there's an inner voice that's been talking to you saying, indeed, you're on the right track. There's somewhat of an initial hope that you had, some thing that caused you to make these decisions in the first place. It's still there, right? So on the outside, you're seeing conflict, and on the inside, you're feeling stress. But there's still something there that reminds you and reassures you of why you took this choice in the first place. There is still hope, however small it is, right? A grain of mustard seed. That hope is still there. Sirius 888 says non-attachment helps at this point. Exactly. Non-attachment in such a way that, we'll put it like this. When it comes to magic, one of the key things is to do your intention, to perform your intention without focusing on the outcome, without focusing on what you're expecting as the outcome, to do it for the sake of doing it. Why? Because the material plane is the plane of resistance. That's where you will experience resistance. The material plane is the plane of pattern, plane of routine. Things are going to happen over and over and over again. So when you inject difference, when you inject uncertainty, and you try to shift the pattern, what happens is that you're met with resistance. And this is where most people give up. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. Most people give up because it's easy when you have a dream and you take those first steps. But when you meet a little bit of resistance, a little bit of pain, nobody wants to feel that. But another aspect of this particular dimension is that which continues, that which persists amidst the struggle, amidst resistance, will grow and be able to carry on to the next generation. In the same way that plants have to break out of the seed and break forth from the ground, in the same way that in the wild, if animals are born unhealthy, they don't make it, they don't get to grow up. Whereas the ones that are strong endure and survive. And the best genes, the best DNA, makes it to the next generation. Well, likewise, when it comes to this particular goal and focus that you've been working on the past couple of months, now is the time for you to show just how serious you are about this. You're facing resistance. And if you focus on that resistance, remember the swords represent the mental plane, your thoughts. If you focus on that resistance, you will most certainly be overwhelmed. Walk by faith, not by sight. And that was a big theme of the previous reading. Faith, right? You're holding something precious, something important, which is why you chose to do this in the first place. That's what you're walking by, not by what you're seeing right now. It's a test of strength. You can choose to give up if you want to, but then you would have to face the fact that you wasted your time. Let's continue. Enchanted Cottage says that's true. Stallions cull unhealthy foals in the wild. And we might not agree with it, and humanity may have developed to the point where we don't do that with our young. Yet even human babies are born, and there are so many different things that potentially attack the health of a newborn child, right? And it is the strength of that child, it's the strength of the medicine, it's the strength of the care that helps that child overcome those obstacles. Your dream, your goal that you're working on right now, your passion, that is your child. And you've got to give that child everything it needs so that it can continue to flourish and eventually one day take care of you. Let's keep going with this. Let's keep going with this. Don't deceive yourself with these thoughts, right? This was a major theme of the last collective reading. This exact card came up previously. Don't focus your attention on this resistance, because you'll be deceiving yourself and deluding yourself. Because here's what you're thinking right now. Oh, well, this isn't working out. Let me check out some of these other options. Maybe I should get a different job. Maybe I should go and talk to this other person. Maybe I should try this different endeavor because there's a chance that this one that I've been putting my energy into isn't going to work. Don't deceive yourself, right? Don't let the weakness control your decisions. Yes, there are other options, and some of them look better now, but you'll be back at square one, and you will have to go through this again. I'm telling you, this is a natural phase. Everything isn't just peaches and cream and rainbows. You're gonna have to pull through, and it makes it all the more worth it because you're showing yourself just how much you really want to do this thing that you're doing right now. Again, whether this is some type of hobby, this is a passion project, this is a relationship, this is a new job, whatever it is that you've been focusing this energy on since about April, since about March or so. Right now, you might be facing somewhat of an obstacle of interest. You might be a bit split, a bit scattered. And if you focus on that too much, you're probably experiencing this overwhelm. Remember the seed that was planted in the first place, the reason why you're doing this. Focus on that. Notice, focus your attention on that. Don't focus on the stress, the anxiety, because it's going to make you want to look for other things that might be a little bit more comfortable. Jessica Jones says, why do I keep trying to skip the natural phase? It's human, right? Nobody wants to go through being uncomfortable, but there is strength in enduring throughout discomfort. There's strength in enduring throughout uncertainty. It's not always going to be uncertain. It's not always going to be uncomfortable. It's a phase that you pass through because, like I said, this is the dimension of resistance. Everything that has life force has to go through this resistance. The ancient Eastern text says that attachment leads to suffering. Well, that's true. And if you're going to be attached to something, prepare to go through the suffering. If you're going to attach, prepare to go through the suffering. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that, the worst kind of suffering. It just means that if you're attempting to change the natural patterns of nature, then prepare to face that resistance, and the stronger force will win. The stronger force will win. So don't focus on the heartbreak. Don't focus on the pain. Don't focus on the fact that your thoughts are clouded and you're being overwhelmed with the what ifs. Maybe I didn't make the right choice. Don't focus on that. The only thing that you should be focusing on right now is the new paradigm that you're creating. The only thing that you should be focused on right now is the new paradigm that you're creating. We know this. We know this. Enchanted Cottage says birthing the baby, birthing the goal is painful. Right. And going into this, you know that, right? You know that. So prepare for it. And the best way to get through this is by keeping your focus on the new paradigm that you're creating. Check. Focus on the new paradigm that you're creating. And I get it. What I'm receiving right now is that this is easier said than done, Travis. Easier said than done, Travis. I hear you. I know what you're saying. I even understand what you're saying all the way. But damn, is this hard? Is this difficult? I know. Shit, I'm going through it as well. But you really do have a choice right now. You really do have a choice right now. You can choose to be looking at the spilled milk and crying over water under the bridge. You can choose to do that. It's your right to do that. But check this out. You still have something behind you that you're not looking at. Focus. This whole reading is about that. Look at this whole reading right now, right? These are a random pull that matches the energy of today. That's why we call it a collective reading. The issue that we're facing is that there is a conflict of your interests, of your energies specifically, right? You could be doing this, or maybe that, or maybe this, so many different options. And you're also feeling a bit of overwhelmed because you know what? Things are not really panning out the way that you hoped, not as quickly. That's okay. That does not mean that you failed. That does not mean that you failed. You fail when you give up. And you're not giving up. Right? And the answer to this right here is to focus on what you started this for in the first place. Focus. You got this. You can do this. If this reading is resonating with you right now, then this is true, and this is exactly what you need to hear at this moment. Like, if any of this makes any kind of sense related to your situation, then obviously I'm talking to you. Right? Obviously I'm talking to you. You can be deceived if you're looking for the grass being greener on the other side because this hurts, right? Oh, because this hurts, you want to look for other options. I get it. It's natural. It's human. We all do that. And it's easier said than done by saying, keep the faith. It's easier said than done. But you got to do this. You have to do this. It's a learning lesson for you. It is building strength. It is building character, right? Like I said, if this is resonating with you, then it's true. Look, you have something that you're not looking at. There are other parts of this whole thing that are not being respected. As human beings, and this, as a marketer, as somebody who studies psychology, it is a fact that human beings focus more on the painful aspects of reality. We focus more on what hurts. We focus more on those things that cause us discord. It's a natural thing, but you've got to fight. You've got to maintain your frame. You've got to grab hold of your focus and make sure that it's all pointed towards the new paradigm. Persistence, endurance. The Bible says that he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. Right? Regardless of where that quote came from, it rings true. Rings true to experience. He that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. So I'm telling you, your best bet is to endure. Endure. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, it's uncertain. Yes, it hurts. But keep going. Because you're going to find that one of these forces are stronger and one will prevail. Right? So either your fear and your doubt and your insecurity will prevail, or your faith and your strength will prevail. It's up to you. It's up to you. Matthew Watson says, never give up. Exactly. That's where we're at right now. Never give up. Ghost Panthers, peace. Ghost Panther says, damn, this feels like cheat codes because I'm really walking by faith right now. I think all of us are, right? And that's what makes this so great, because even though this energy is manifesting in different ways through our different lives, it's the same energy. We're all on this same current. We are all on this same current. That's what makes it so cool. That's what makes it so cool. We're all in the same current here. Alden says, whenever I'm in doubt, I go back to the handbook for the new paradigm. It keeps me on the right vibration. It's a powerful book, and I'm glad that we read that, right? Hopefully you guys have a copy of it. Hopefully you highlighted some paragraphs or some sentences from that book that you can just go back and remind yourself of what the mission is. Enchanted Cottage says, I definitely needed this. I think me too, in a way. Matthew Watson says, maybe some beings on the other side trying to reach out to us. Always, absolutely, right? And for me personally, what I hold on to is the message that I received from Lakshmi in my workings with her recently, which is focus on me. Focus on me. So that's what I do whenever I start to feel this anxiety or this conflict of interest. I focus on the force that I'm working with, and that force helps me to realign my focus and continue doing my work. Christopher Salazar, peace. Christopher says, absolutely on point. Thank you for the reminders and clarity tonight. My pleasure. Etheric says, those are recurring cards for me. Message. Jessica Jones, thank you. Thank you. Jay Baldhill says, at first thought this had to do with my magical work. Nope, just my regular old job. Very interesting. Yeah. You know, and it doesn't always have to be like super spiritual. Sometimes the mundane stuff requires a reality adjustment as well. Stray Panther says, I definitely did. I may have to undergo a major medical procedure in a few weeks, and this gave me some insight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I remember the previous read that I did for you. A lot of times we go through certain situations so that we can be a beacon of hope for others who might not have the same type of hope and resilience that you are showing. All right, so we got it. This is the collective reading. Everybody on board? Everybody understand the mission? Stay focused. Notice everybody else on this card, all the other folks in these cards are focused on the problem. All of them are focused on the problem. They're all focused on the pain. They're all focused on what hurts. But the one card that shines through as the answer, he's focused on the goal, focused on the seed that was planted. That's what you got to do. And I know I'm being a bit redundant here, but I really want you to understand, right? Especially from this last card that I pulled. And it's saying out loud, Travis, everything you're saying is accurate, but it's easier said than done. I get it, right? I know, I've been there. Everything you're saying is accurate, but it's easier said than done. Maintain your frame. I've been saying that for years. Maintain your frame. Maintain your frame. You got this. You got this. You got this. You will see it through. You will overcome. Enchanted Cottage says that page is looking forward. Yes, yes. And notice, so is the Seven of Swords looking forward, but he's moving backwards, right? You notice that? He's looking forwards, but he's moving backwards. Like I said, don't be deceived by carrying these heavy thoughts. Don't be deceived by looking towards the pain, because that's going to affect how you move, how you operate. And check this guy out, looking at the past and weeping over it. And look at all this conflict of looking this way and that way and not being certain or sure. Focus like a laser, not like a light bulb, like a laser. Hazard Pie says a lot of people shut down when serious problems arise. It's true. It's true. Lila S says, should we do another card or do you feel like the message is over? I feel like it's pretty clear at this point. I do. I think it's pretty clear. I think what's on a lot of our minds is that the project that we've invested in has hit a certain point or is showing signs that it may not work out like we wanted it to. That's where we're at right now. That's taken up all the bandwidth of our focus. Don't let it do that. Don't let it do that. Hakeem Lamidi, peace. I think that the light will continue to shine brighter once we shift our focus on the good, on the good, on the good. What do you all think? What do you all think? Etheric says, will and determination have been a theme for me the past 2 weeks. This helps. Awesome. Awesome. Enchanted Cottage says, focus, Ariana Grande. That lyric, I know what I came to do. Boom. Boom. You know what you came to do? Fat Tony says, everything tanked for me. I know something great coming. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stay focused on the positive. It's so easy to get distracted by what's in front of us, especially when it's not pretty. But what's different about us, those who are spiritual workers, those who are focused on self-improvement and finding out who we are on the soul level, not the ego level, when you start that process naturally, you also accelerate the process of burning karma, right? And I know a lot of people don't believe in karma because it hurts their feelings, and they also have a misunderstanding of what that word means. Karma is not you do something good and you get a good result. You do something bad and you get punished. That's not karma. What karma is the process of balancing nature, right? Energies moving to and fro and balancing themselves. And we as living creatures have a lot of karma because we're composed of a lot of matter. Karma is attached to matter, not the soul, not consciousness. So when people like Brother Panic say, you were never here, right? The soul was never here. It's just an observer. You got to think, what am I observing? You're not just observing life. You're observing the flow of karma, right? All the cells in your body have their own karma that they must go through to reach their point of balance. The food that you eat has karma, and the parts that you keep add to your karma, right? And the actions that you perform cause an effect on matter. So that's karma as well. So when you start focusing on spiritual work, it accelerates the process of karma. If you get this book here, which I always recommend, the Kabbalistic Tarot, it even says that right in the beginning. When you start on the spiritual path of working with Kabbalah, when you start this path, you accelerate that process of karma harmonizing and balancing. So when the cells that create your body, when the matter that creates your physical body begin that process of accelerating karma, what it's doing is it's making it easier for your soul, easier for the higher aspects of your consciousness to achieve liberation. See, most people, they're not on this path, so their soul isn't concerned about liberation. Their soul is simply observing their matter going through their stages of karma very slowly, and that's okay. That's okay. But for those of us, once we start this path, we're starting the exit program. We've initiated the exit program. And the exit program is the soul ascending out of matter, liberation. In order to do that, the karma must hurry up and quickly be balanced. So if you start doing rituals and you start studying Kabbalah and stuff like that, and you start experiencing bad luck or weird stuff happening, it's not because the system is evil, it's because that karma is rapidly putting itself in a state of balance. My Gnosis, peace. My Gnosis says, just came in. My bad if I'm off topic. But you said something about Samkhya Darshan book, and I'm tapping into now. This shit is fire, Trav. About to send over a donation for a reading, too. Peace, peace. Yeah, man, that book is heavy as well. It's heavy as well. I might just turn around and redo a study of that one. But yeah, I'm glad you picked that up. Natural Mystic, peace. Natural Mystic says karma doesn't affect the soul. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Natural Mystic says, isn't the soul part of the karmonic balance? The soul is, okay, so hell, speaking of Samkhya, I would recommend looking into Samkhya, right? Samkhya Darshan, it might be a bit heavy, but that right there says it all. The soul is its own thing. It is untouched. It is separate from Prakriti, separate from matter. It is here, and it believes that it is matter, right? Because it is observing matter, it believes that it's matter. The soul has nothing to do with this. It may guide matter by its involvement with it, but it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. Enchanted Cottage says, Trav, can I ask, are you solely focused on one or both sides of the Kabbalistic tree? Well, I don't really do the path thing. Like, if I had to categorize, I'd say that I'm a middle path practitioner. Yeah, so to answer your question, the whole tree. The whole tree. I think of it as, you know, do I choose between my left arm and my right arm? Or do I recognize that I have a spine that utilizes both arms? Now, other people might, you know what I'm saying, say that they're focused on one path or the other, but, you know, perhaps they've got something else that they're working on. But me personally, it's the whole tree. Front, back, side to side. That's how I do it. Front, back, side to side. All right, so if we're good on that, we've got some personal readings that we're gonna go through. Auntie Karen, do you have a preference in deck? Would you like this standard, red or white? Maybe you want to go with the woke deck. Maybe you want to go with the ceremonial Lon Milo Duquette Crowley deck. Not Crowley deck, but it's Lon Milo Duquette. Or what Maestro calls the Mormon deck, which is the Robin Wood Tarot. And after you, we've got My Gnosis. And also let me know if you want this to be a, if this is general or if you have a specific question. Natural Mystic says, but doesn't the soul make the choices in the physical realm? Therefore, the soul is also responsible for its own choices. I missed the book you mentioned. I'll check it out. So the ego makes the choices, right? There's a whole bunch of different layers of matter itself. The soul is its own pure thing that really is just chilling on the other side, so to speak. Matter can be complex. Matter has multiple layers, from the extremely dense up to the sophisticated. And the study of Samkhya is a very detailed examination of that whole process. So you've got Manas, which is the physical body. You've got Chitta, which is memory and the mind stuff that we create reality out of through our perception. Then you've got what's called Ahamkara, which is the ego. And the ego is the part that is what they call the I maker. And it differentiates and slices the environment from what you consider yourself. So it says, I am this is me, that is not me, right? And again, this is matter, but it's a sophisticated part of matter due to the influence of soul being present. And then the even more sophisticated part of that is called Buddhi. And that's what we normally call our higher self. That's the great white light on top of the tree. That's also the super bright white light that you might see in certain meditations like Taurus Sun. Or some people call it your higher self, your inner light. Now this part is still matter, but it's a highly sophisticated aspect of matter, right? It's your personal reflection of the soul. Like I said, as soul comes into proximity with matter, matter begins to form and shape itself based on that proximity. And its highest and closest reflection of the soul is what we call our higher self. It's what's called Buddhi. It is still matter, but it's as close of a reflection of soul as we can get. If you say God is looking into the mirror, that higher self is what is seen, what is witnessed. Soul doesn't make the choices because soul is the totality of everything, all the choices, and more. But because Prakriti is limited in its expression, it can't reflect everything at once. Or I should say it is, and that is all of reality. But your personal experience is only a slice of that. Let me know if that makes sense or if it doesn't. Let me know if that makes sense or if it doesn't. Okay, Enchanted Cottage says the green one, ceremonial. We can do that. Framestar Films, peace, my bro. Ava B says, do you accept Venmo? I don't have Venmo set up. At least, nowhere fluently. All right, let's see what we got here. TikTok and you don't stop. Natural Mystic says it's like a hierarchy of soul layers for its own purposes. Yes. And again, soul is just chilling. It's not really doing anything. But it's matter that does all the dancing. It's matter that does all the twerking and percolating. I gave an example before, kind of crude and kind of human, but it paints the picture. If you could imagine a guy in a strip club getting a private dance, he's just sitting down in the chair, and the dancer is doing her thing. Well, the dancer would be Prakriti, who would be matter. And the man sitting still in the chair, not moving or doing anything at all but observing, that would be the soul, that would be Purusha. And the dancer reflects the desires of the witness. But in this particular case, the witness doesn't have a specific desire. The witness is all potential desires. So the dancer can only reflect what she's capable of reflecting. You get what I'm saying? Natural Mystic says, haha, so the man having a lap dance is innocent. Yeah, in this example, he's not involved. The dancer is doing what she's capable of doing based on what she sees within him. Enchanted Cottage says, when my eyes glaze over from the content, I know I'm in the right place. Looks like we've got a jumper. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so far we've got two. We've got Auntie Karen and we've got Minosis. If you would like a read, just hit up my Cash App or my PayPal. That's in the pinned link, and you will be third on the list. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's see what we got. Faith Lockhart says, you're my hero, Travis. Aww. Hope you're having a good day, Faith. So, we start with the 6 of discs. I like these cards because they make it easy. We've got the moon in Taurus, which is where it was just yesterday, past few days. And this card represents material success. So we've got material success, 6 of discs. We've got the 4 of cups, blended pleasure. And we've got the Ace of Cups. Now, I know that you know tarot, and I know that you know that these are some pretty pleasant cards. pretty pleasant, if you ask me. So in other words, let's get into this. Let's break this down. So, Six of Discs, we're dealing with the material plane, manifestation. Things are good right now. Things are good right now. Things are literally looking well. When we deal with Taurus, we're dealing with a sign that pays close attention to the manifest reality, whether that's good food, comfortable living, finer things in life. This is what Taurus pays attention to. Now, with the moon being there is an ability to recognize the shifts and the patterns of these material things that are observed. In any case, it's not just being aware of the patterns, but being able to calculate and predict. In other words, understanding the timing of things. So it seems like right now, you being able to understand the patterns, understanding the timing of reality, you've been able to move accordingly. It's probably this Capricorn nature here. Material success, right? Blended pleasure. So that's on the physical plane. Now let's get to the emotional aspect of things. We've still got that moon influence, and this time it's in Cancer. This time it's in Cancer, and Cancer knows how to connect with people. In fact, Cancer, in a way, needs people to connect with in order for it to express its loving nature. So not only witnessing, observing, and moving accordingly with the patterns in the manifest, also moving in accordance with the patterns of the heart. So being able to move in a timely fashion, being able to make decisions, being able to go with the flow, quite literally, it seems that you've worked yourself into a very nice position in life, a very nice position. And this is good. It's kind of cool because, I've done reads for you previously, and I always get a sense of this very same energy that when it comes to your life as a person living in the world, right? Not necessarily spiritual and magical person, but even just as a person who pays bills and deals with other people, you got your stuff kind of figured out, right? You've got a nice lifestyle built for you, and that's awesome. And what's even more awesome is that we've got this Ace of Cups, which shows the potential for even more, which shows potential that the best is yet to come, that we're still moving and grooving, that there is still options, right? Options. And here we are with the cups talking about love. And this could also be with psychic ability. As I've said before, the cups don't just mean love. This is matters of the subconscious. This is matters of the emotions, matters of the heart. Being able to reflect, right? And that reflection can be manifested as a reflection within another person. Like I said, love. This could also translate to love with family relationships, a reflection, right? And then we also, like I said, this can also go to the subconscious and to psychic ability, because this is really being able to examine the reflections of what's within you, tuned into with other people. But let's keep going here, because your reading is for what you need to hear. Holy Wisdom 93, peace. Holy Wisdom says, how does tarot relate with Warner Parseval? Big boy question, Travis. I have no idea. I guess I'm not a big boy because I have no idea what that is. Michael Thomas, peace. Michael Thomas says, Travis, this is Michael Thomas. I sent $30 for a reading. Also, Michael Thomas, then you will be third. I'll have you after my gnosis. All right. Ace of Swords, right? Followed by the Three of Cups. So not only do we have this seed, not only do we have this potentiality, this set of options for the emotional territory, we've also got this for the mental territory. So when it comes to new ideas, when it comes to these things that you have in store, right? As a Gemini person like myself, I'm certain that you've got plenty of projects, plenty of concepts that are waiting to be initiated, right? Which is great because there's lots and lots of energy here in the mental plane yet to be expressed. And we're seeing abundance here as well. Beautiful, beautiful. Material success, blended pleasure, two aces, abundance, right? Mercury and Cancer. The mental. The mental, and like I said before with Cancer, this energy flourishes in connection with other people. So perhaps here, if you've got some new ideas flowing in your mind right now that relate to working with other people, that relate to connecting with other people, then that might be the direction to start to maximize on. I know in the general reading right now, we had this whole thing about not being distracted. And I think the main focus with that is to not be distracted and cause your movements to be based on a threat or a fear of failure, right? However, in this case, it doesn't seem like your new ideas are going to be based on a fear of failure, but as long as these new ideas are based on what you have in store for connecting with people and helping with people, this may be part of your initial plan. So go for it. Go for it. Let me know how that sounds so far. I like it. We've got the Akash of water here, and we've got the Akash of air. And I talked earlier about matter and the different levels of matter, the different refinements of the expression of matter. Each element is a representative of the different levels of matter, and it goes from earth to water to fire to air to Akash. And within each one of those, there are 5 levels. There's earth of earth, water of earth, fire of earth, air of earth, Akash of earth. And it's the Akash level that kind of sends the direction of how that piece of matter will be expressed. So right here with these aces, you've got the Akash of water and the Akash of air. In other words, right now you have a very real opportunity of how you plan to express your mental energy, and a very you're at in the commander's chair, so to speak, right? You're at a point where you can truly direct how the emotional flow is going to go for you and how the mental flow is going to go for you in an unobstructed way, right? We all sit in the driver's seat of our lives, but most all of us are obstructed by specific patterns or unhealed shadow aspects. So we don't sit entirely in the driver's seat. Most of us make choices based on the influences of our shadow. And it seems like you might be at a point where you have a very clear perspective of how you want to move things around, which is probably why we have these other cards here of blended pleasure, abundance, and material success. Cool beans. Enchanted Cottage says it's great. I'm looking at a few leaps of faith. So yes, really cool, really cool. Okay, Ava B, I've got you as well. Awesome, awesome. I think that's a good reading. Thank you so much, Enchanted Cottage. Hey, listen, I say this every time because I mean it. If you are able to tap on Enchanted Cottage's name, you'll find her YouTube channel. She reads tarot, and like I said, I'm not really a person who watches or follows too many other people doing tarot because I don't know where they get their information from. But I would suggest Enchanted Cottage as a tarot reader. She does it a lot more frequently than I do, so you can check her channel to get, you know, more videos on tarot. But she's a great reader. She's a great reader. Check out Enchanted Cottage 333. And no, this is not paid promotion. I simply enjoy her content and her style of delivery. All right, so coming up next, I've got my Gnosis. My Gnosis, if you wouldn't mind, right, if you're comfortable with that, please share your sun, your moon, and your rising. And let me know if you wanted a general or if you had a specific question. For sure, for sure. Here we go, here we go. Cool. All right, my Gnosis says, okay, one sec. I don't know by heart, lol. All right. Holy Wisdom 93 says, Travis, I want to get you to study some German philosophies, Wagner, Friedrich Nietzsche, and Carl Jung. I have read some books by Nietzsche. I read his Good versus Evil book, Good and Evil book, years ago. Read a little bit of Jung, not a full book though. Patchwork, peace and greetings, my man, peace and greetings. Okay, also, Thomas and Ava B, send me your sun and your moon for your reading. And also if you want a general or a specific question. I hear you, Michael Thomas, who said, okay, thank you, Trav. Is there any wisdom you can give me concerning choosing an occult path? I feel drawn to Asenath Mason, Draconian Path, or Universal Mastery, Universe B Vampire Service. Which should I do? Okay, I'm very familiar with both of those things, so I'll be happy to do a reading on that question. For sure. So yeah, Ava B and Michael Thomas, let me know your sun and your moon, and I'll get you up on that. MC Maestro, peace and greetings. MC Maestro says, is this witchcraft? It depends on what your definition of that word is. Depends on your definition of that word. Hazard Pie says Red Book was too hard for me. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. No shame in admitting that. All right, so let's get going here. My Gnosis, did you have any preference of deck? Because right now I'm holding the Woke deck in my hands. The Woke deck wants to be used tonight. But if you prefer a different one, we can do that. We can do that. All right. So speaking of Cancer, all right, general reading. Let's go. Let's go. We will be using the Modern Witch Tarot. Looks like somebody jumped out, but didn't reveal who they were. Curious to see who and what that is. Enchanted Cottage says those Zodiac cards are beautiful. Yes, I really like them. I'm glad that I got them. I don't even know what inspired me to get them, but yeah, I agree. I believe they're called the Barberry Zodiac. I usually don't use Oracle cards, but I might try some out. My cousin just got some that was 144 Ascended Master Oracle cards. Once those come in, I'll check those out and see what they're all about. Shadow Music, peace, peace. Black Spider 360 says, Ya Allah, save this brother today. Is that an incantation? Are you trying to do magic on me? Beautiful. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. So, as we begin with this general reading, what comes out first is the Eight of Cups. Now, see, I like this because this is a reverse, not even a reverse, but the opposite of what was done in the general reading, right? The general reading was a lot of us were kind of crying over spilled milk and stuck on the worst case scenario. But see, this shows the difference. This shows that despite any type of doubt or anxiety or whatever has been happening in the past, what's occurred in the past, you've made the very real choice and decision to proceed, to move on, to continue, without allowing these things to keep you frozen in time. And notice how even these cups are kind of separated from the land that the character's walking upon, right? You've been able to compartmentalize the past and keep it there and continue to move forward without letting it really affect you. See the water surrounding her and causing a barrier between these cups and where she's standing. Where did she come from? Did she just come out of the water? Right? This shows that despite what has happened in the past, you've chosen to continue without letting the past have a grip on you. We've got the King of Cups. We've got the King of Cups. And as I like to say, the king gives the orders. The queen makes the plan, the knight carries them out. With you being able to, like I say, compartmentalize and keep the past in the past and move forward without allowing these things to have you frozen in time, you have a certain control over your emotions. You have a certain control over your emotions. And this is an extremely powerful quality for a water sign, because typically you don't see that. Typically the water signs are very good at things like astral projection and psychic ability. They have a certain natural psychic propensity within them. However, that comes with the price, that comes with the cost of being swallowed up by those waters. No TD Jakes. It seems that throughout your life, you've been able to develop an ability to move without those influences holding you back in any kind of way. So you sit at a certain stage of being able to stir these waters at will, to keep them calm at will, and to choose how to use them, right? Great quality. However, being able to separate your emotions can often cause yourself or others around you to feel like they're left out in the cold, right? The fives usually represent a slicing, a cutting, the sword of Gibera. And in this case, perhaps you may appear to be a bit cold to some, a bit out of touch with your emotions to some. And that may have been causing some type of conflict here very recently. And I can see that, right? Especially if this particular situation here of walking away concerns another person. I could see that other person's perspective, seeing you as being a bit cold or detached. And that's what I'm getting, right? Like I said, the King of Cups sitting above those waters, especially being preceded by this Eight of Cups. And the Eight being related to the Hod sphere of the Tree of Life, very analytical. Perhaps, despite being a water sun sign, you've chosen to take a very left brain approach, a very logical approach to life. That may be because of your Libra moon. Let me know how this is so far. Let me know if this is correct. Those are some nice words, Holy Wisdom 93. So to continue here, and this is the one that jumped out, by the way. Love it. To continue here, we got the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles. So, being someone who is able to keep their emotions in a place and allow their mind and their body to function without being too influenced by those emotions, you're able to create a sense of stability. A sense of stability. The fours represent stability. And the Four of Pentacles, in particular, represents a stability of the manifest dimension, which can include money, which can include things. In specific, this Four of Pentacles represents the Sun and Capricorn. And if you know anything about Capricorn, they typically tend to be well managed when it comes to their finances, right? So perhaps you've been able to make decisions that are not emotional decisions, and that's led you to a place of stability. Knight of Pentacles. So the king gives the orders, the queen makes the plan, and it's the knight that actually follows suit, goes out into the country and performs the deed, performs the task. So there's a lot of pentacles and a lot of earth and a lot of water energy here. The cause seems to be the emotions, and what's happening in the emotions is that you've got a level head, and these emotions don't necessarily drive the ship, right? You've already been through your lessons on that, and you know how to have emotions, but not let them rule you, right? You rule them, King of Cups. Now, the effect that is having is on the material plane. There are many people who feel like, well, maybe not many people, but there might be someone important who feels like you've kind of not necessarily cut them off, but you could be insensitive at times, right? But it's also led you to a place where you're able to be stable financially, stable with your belongings and your things. And when it comes to the moves that you make in life, you're very level-headed with them. When it comes to the different plans that you set forth, because they are not emotionally driven, or emotionally ruled, I should say, you're able to move slowly and diligently and deliberately, as opposed to irrationally and chaotically. And these are all strengths that it would serve you to focus on moving forward. Like, to really take into consideration these aspects of yourself and utilize them as strengths, right? We've all got strengths, but most people aren't very aware of themselves, so they kind of just gamble. Here, what this is showing is that these are strengths that will behoove you to take notice of and count them as strengths. And as you plan for your future, keep these things in mind. My Gnosis says, it's definitely one who feels that about me. So let's do one more about that. Three of Pentacles. Now, while Holy Wisdom 93 is writing his poetry about the goddess, understand that there is a way to be logical and practical about your appreciation of these emotions, of the feminine aspect of yourself or the person in your life, or whatever it is that is the receiving nature of your attention, right? The threes represent Binah on the tree of life, form, and the capacity to hold those energies of our focus. Notice that the artist here is observing, taking into account what is witnessed, and building that replica, right? So this is the Binah aspect. There is a way to appreciate life and those in your life while still using this aspect of yourself that is very in control of your emotions. Maybe other people might expect you to be overly emotional, but you're understanding that there is a way to do this while remaining in control of that part of yourself. There's a way to do it successfully. Nice card. If you remember the Rider-Waite version of this, we've got an architect and two other people. An architect, a monk, and I believe an investor. And they're looking over the designs for building the church, for building the temple. So in other words, trust your strengths. Trust your strengths. Trust that you know what you're doing. One of the difficult things about being in a relationship with other people, as if there are other things to be in a relationship with. Yeah, there is. One of the difficult parts about involvement with other people is that they have their opinions and their feelings that have to be taken into consideration. So what can be difficult is that when you have plans and you know how you work, sometimes that other person chimes in, and depending on how you feel with them, how deeply you're connected with that person, what they have to say may affect your perspective on things. And I think that in this case, it's important to remember that you understand what you're doing. And it's good to take into consideration what other people have to say. Also remember that if you know what you're doing, there isn't necessarily a need to change something that isn't broken. Cool. You may have a business partner that you're working with, and things might not look like they're going as planned, right? And the business partner may be first to panic or say, oh, we need to change, we need to hurry up and do da-da-da-da-da. You know, as the person who started the business before the business partner, sometimes you gotta let them know, hey, trust the process. I know what I'm doing. It might seem shaky right now, but I know what I'm doing. Oh, I didn't finish reading it. Enchanted Cottage. He tried his best, though. My gnosis says, hell, now you say that, I should have got a reading on a business I'm trying to start. Well, depending on what the core energy is of that, it might still relate. All right. So hopefully this includes some sort of action steps that you can take. Action steps toward what happens next, or at least a little bit of clarity on what you've already decided. Cool beans. All right. He says definitely. Excellent. All right, Michael T. Let me know if you're still here. Michael T. What's up? Lance Benefield, peace, my bro, peace. Lots of pentacles, lots of earth energy, lots of manifested energy. Michael Thomas says, yes, sir. What's up, Trav? Awesome. Oracle of Medusa, peace. Oracle of Medusa says, what if people constantly project their input on your work due to socialization and gender mindset? I mean, it's the same thing. Look, here's what works, right? Accept and have gratitude for the fact that everyone has their opinion and they have their right to their opinion, right? I'm grateful for that and I'm glad. Let them have their opinion. It's theirs. And that's good that they have that, right? It shows somewhat of concern, or who cares what it shows, but they have their opinion and it's theirs. Keyword, theirs. You don't have to accept anybody's opinion about what you got going on, right? If somebody says that you can't do your particular business because you're a woman or whatever their reasoning is, accept that. Accept that it's their opinion and be grateful that they have an opinion. But it doesn't have to affect anything that you got going on whatsoever. People say all kind of things. Hell, just a few seconds ago, somebody came in the chat talking about how don't listen to this man. He's trying to scam you. Only God has your future in your hands, or whatever he said. And that's cool. That's awesome. I'm not mad at that. I think it's funny. I think it's cute. Everybody has their opinion, but it doesn't change anything that I got going on. It doesn't change anything. He can say that as much as he wants. I'm still going to do what I'm doing. If you go outside and somebody says the sky is green, does that have an emotional impact on you at all? Does it change the truth? If you love and enjoy Pillsbury Doughboy croissants and somebody says that they're cheap and disgusting, does that change your love for those Pillsbury Doughboy croissants? Let these folks do what they do. Let them say what they want to say. It's their right. And understand that these are the same people that make them kind of decisions that you wouldn't make. These are the same people that, I don't want to get too specific to offend anybody, because I don't have to right now. But these same people will listen to somebody on the news say, hey, you need to go out right now and do XYZ or you're going to die. And they'll go out and do it immediately without any second thought. So are those the same kind of people you want to take advice from? Let them do what they do. That's their life. They don't have your vision. So how can they believe in what you're doing? Let me know if that helps. All right, Michael Thomas, it's your turn. It's your turn. All right. We got Libra. Air. We got Virgo. Earth. And a bit of Gemini here. More air. All right, so Michael Thomas is trying to get some guidance. Been studying Astronaut Mason's book, Draconian Ritual book, as a beginner and trying to decide if I should commit to Journey, but Astronaut Mason says it can be harsh. And you also asked about the Universe B Vampire Service. Cool beans. Framestar Film says, can I get a reading, please, Trav, if there's time? Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know how many people we've got. I think maybe two. We'll have to check. But yeah, there's not too many ahead of you. Michael Thomas says, been kind of attracted to the left-hand path and the idea of the Great Mother, etc. Cool, cool. MC Maestro says, Thomas, ain't no difference between paths. Great lesson to understand early on. Yes. But understand also, Maestro, this information you know because you've been through it. But let's proceed. Let's proceed. I'm going to go ahead and go with the Rider White deck because I require a different level of focus to answer your question, Thomas. Let's get with it right now. Let's get with it right now. And Ava B, if you're here, you're going to be after this reading. Ava B, you will be after this reading. And hey, if you're present also, let's see. Framestar, I have you, but anybody else, if you've donated for a reading, give me your sun, your moon, and your rising. I got you, Framestar. But anyone else who I have not done a reading for previously, just let me know your sun, your moon, and your rising. But now to answer your question, Michael, let's get to it. Let's talk about these different paths and what's right for you. I'm going to be looking at you through the energy, a lot like being in the matrix and reading the numbers, the green ones and zeros. Just looking at this from an outside in perspective. What path, and why? What are the energies going on here? What are the energies going on here? Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. Hey, if you're enjoying this information, please hit the like button. There's like 100 more people here than there are likes. So if you like this info, show it by hitting the like button. Michael. So to pop things off, Michael, judgment. Critical decision. This is very important to you. And I understand, right? You're about to focus your spiritual energy in a certain direction for the first time. This is a big deal. This is serious. And rest assured, this isn't a decision of going to heaven or going to hell. This isn't a decision of win or lose. This is a decision of how you are going to filter in this particular energy into your life. So I understand. Huge decision to be made. So check this out. The world is yours. The Fool card. The Fool card. What's beautiful now is that you're at a specific karmic level that it doesn't, like what Maestro said, it doesn't really matter what path you choose because these are only channels for you to get a specific type of data, right? A specific type of data that really is going to be unlocked within your subconscious mind. Let's get to it some more. Seven of Pentacles. You've planted seeds. You've done some inner work already. You're not afraid, and that's great. That's great. The last thing you want to do is approach this information with fear, right? So you're examining your choices carefully from a good perspective. And I think there's also a money decision involved. There's a money decision involved as well. Where are you going to invest your monetary energy? We're not done. We are not done. So this is a critical decision. The beautiful thing is, no matter which path you take, you're going to get to your destination, because the Fool will always make it to the universe card, right? The Fool will always make it to the 32nd path. So where are you going to invest your money, right? Where are you going to invest your money? Anna Molly, peace. Was waiting for you to show up. Let's talk about it. Hey man, don't be in a rush. Don't be in a rush, right? Because if you're going to be in a rush, there are details that you're going to overlook. 144 people currently here. Don't be in a rush, because there are some minor details that you don't want to overlook. And I tell you, your soul's speaking to you. Your higher self is really trying to guide you. I want you to let me know in the chat now. Have you felt the influence of your higher self attempting to guide you on this? Have you felt the influence of your higher self really trying to show you which way to go? Let me ask you that question now, and I want you to give me an answer. Have you observed your higher self trying to show you what to do? Michael Thomas says, yes, sir, absolutely. Now pay attention to this also. Look at how many major arcana cards we have here. Judgment, Fool, Lovers. Right? This is a big decision. And I know it sounds contradictory when I say that this is a big decision and it doesn't matter which path you take. I say that because I'm looking at it from a higher level, right? When you're in the thick of it, oh, it definitely matters what decision you're going to take. But what I'm saying from my position here, having, like I said, I'm very familiar with both of those different options that you presented, right? Very familiar. I'm sure you saw me do the interview with the person who is behind one of those options that you mentioned. And I'm also well studied on the other person. What I understand about those paths is that they lead you into the subconscious mind. Despite which path you take going within, you're going to arrive at the same place. So from that perspective, I'm saying it doesn't matter which path you choose. However, for your specific temperament, there's one that's going to be better suited for how you get down. There's one that's better suited for how you get down. Now, hopefully, if you're knowledgeable on symbols and how symbols communicate to you, hopefully you're starting to see what direction these are pointing in. Right, they're pointing towards one of those two options that you named. I'm going to go with one more if this isn't clear enough. King of Swords. The king makes the plans. The knight follows through. You're tempted to make a rash decision. Understand that your higher self has already spoken. You already know which one of them you're supposed to choose. You're already well aware of which one you're supposed to choose. It has nothing to do with the price. It has nothing to do with the price. It has everything to do with the particular individual that resonates closer to your level, closer to you. This is not a either or choice. This is an and choice. It's a one at a time kind of choice. So it's not either or, it's an and. It's not either or, it's what comes first. Stepping stones. However, the choice has already been communicated. One looks better, but one makes more sense. One looks better, but one makes more sense. Go with the one that makes more sense. Here you have the King of Swords. The decision is already made. Go do that, and then when you feel that you're ready, go on to the next. If you even desire to go on to that next one, because you might find everything you need in that one particular direction. It's about levels. It's not about the end all be all. You won't find the end all be all on my channel. You won't find the end all be all on anyone's channel. But you'll find that particular lesson that exists with that teacher. Let me know how this sounds to you so far. Let me know how this sounds to you so far. I do see something very clearly in my head, but life is better when you make your own decisions. Now, I see one very clearly. Maybe you can look at these symbols and see it also, but it's right here for you. So let me know how that sounds to you, Michael. Oh yeah. Alchemy Gold, peace and greetings. Well, like I said, it looks pretty clear to me. If it isn't very clear to you, like obviously clear, just take a look at these symbols. And in meditation tonight, the answer will ring like a bell. It will be undeniable. And once you get that answer, go ahead and move forward. All right, the answer will ring like a bell. Go ahead and move forward once you get it. If you don't see it now, you will see it tonight. Just make sure you sit down and meditate on it. Cool. Enjoy. It'll be fun. It'll be fun, they said. All right. So cool. All right, Ava B. Ava B, are you with me? Are you here? Ava B, talk to me. Ava B is present. We got a lot of Cancer going on tonight, huh? A lot of Cancer sign. And a lot of Gemini for that matter. Anna Molly says, man, the energy today is lit, right? A lot of Gemini going on. A lot of Cancer going on. Ace in the place. Peace and greetings. Omega the Alone Wolfer says Sagittarius twice in a row. Sagittarius. He's serious about that. Enchanted Cottage says Geminis are like a secret thug club. Secret. We deal in secrets, that's for sure. Y'all already know. Y'all already know. All right. All right. And Framestar, you will be next. Most certainly. And look, if anyone else would like a reading tonight, go ahead and donate to the Cash App or the PayPal, and you will be next up. Animali says secret because y'all staying home all the time. That's right. You're absolutely right. So I don't know if you checked the news lately, but ain't nothing out there for me. Kevros, SS God, peace, peace. Rain, water, peace, and greetings. Tenem Azaki seems to be fat fingering all the emojis. All right, let's get down with the get down. Here we go. This is a question about finances. All right, so my fellow Gemini has a question about wanting to know insight and direction regarding aligning your financial abundance and soul's purpose / divine service. All right, let's do it. AZW, peace, my fellow cyclomate. All right, so there have been losses. And I'll go ahead and say that these particular losses may be the focus of why you asked this question. This is a card that was pulled earlier for the collective reading. There's been a loss, and that loss has made an impact. A lot of your focus is placed on that loss currently. And this may not necessarily be attached to the project that was started within the past couple of months. This might even be something that has an even longer history. But there is a loss that you're focused on right now. But what must be remembered is that you have many more options. Many more options. And I think that you're well aware of this. There are some people who face this loss and don't really have too many other places to go. The difference with you is that you have several options of where to go. It may just be that some of those options aren't ideal. And I know how it is being a Gemini. Sometimes we kind of make things seem worse than they are when they are not exactly what we want. But another thing that I've learned as a Gemini is that we really can take any opportunity and change how we feel about it. We are the mutable air sign, and what that means is It's very easy for us to change our mind. You do have several options. And perhaps what's required here is for you to adjust your perspective on these options. You have your head far above the clouds and far above the situation, much like the character in this card. So you can see into the distance where one option may lead, where another one might lead. And what that means is that you have the very real ability to make a choice based not on how you feel about it, but knowing where you can take it. See, somebody else might make decisions based on how they feel about a thing in the moment, and that's not very forward thinking, because how you feel will change. However, if you make a decision looking down the line, that means you can make that choice regardless of how you feel, right? In other words, it'll be a good choice and you may not like it right now, but you can see that down the line, it'll be much better for you. And what that means is you can start to adjust your perspective on it over time. Does that make sense? So looky here. The Hierophant. Trust in your training. Trust in what you know. There's already a system in place that you're very skilled in. There's already some thing that you have under your belt that you're good at. Trust that process. Interesting to note that the Hierophant represents what astrological sign? Taurus. And that's where the sun is right now. This is your time, right? There's a decision that you can actually make right now that'll be in your best interest. Look, whatever it was that didn't pan out, of course you had your heart set on it. Of course you really wanted it to go well. You did. That's why it hurts so much. That's why it's so frustrating right now. But understand, my fellow Gemini, that there are more options on the table, and I know how it is. We don't look at all the options because all of them aren't as delicious as the ones we don't have. Sometimes the ones that we can't get are the most delicious. But understand that being someone who is able to be very fluent at changing, you can adjust and always trust in what you know. Have faith in yourself. He's looking at you. There's something within yourself that you've already got well structured that you can take advantage of and use. That you can use. Wow. I knew that this guy would come out. 7 of Wands. 7 of Wands. So the 7 of Wands is represented by Mars in Leo. See, there's a certain strength. There's a certain strength, right? That Mars energy, that focus, that determination, that will to push through. There's a certain strength, and it's based on here what you are already skilled at, what you already know. If you trust in that, if you focus your energy on what you've already got some background in, I know it's not the most tasty choice, but this may lead you to where you want to go because you're going to shine. It'll be effortless for you. This is not starting from scratch. Ava B says, my Mars is in Leo in the 10th house. Maybe look into that 10th house and see what is associated with it. What's associated with it. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the 10th house has to do with how the public sees you, or like what about your occupation that the public knows about you, something of that nature. Look into what the 10th house represents. There's a certain strength here. Mars and Leo. Hell, I would definitely go look into that. No coincidences, huh? Because look, 2 of Cups. 2 of Cups. The 2 of Cups is represented by Venus in Cancer, right? Venus in Cancer. So there is a mutual exchange here behind you and your subconscious mind when you work together with it. Like I said, there's something that you already have under your belt right? There's some natural thing that you're already good at. There's something you're already skilled at. There's something you have a background in already. When you align yourself with that natural influence, you're going to allow your inner self to shine through, right? Part of your question was about your alignment with your soul purpose. Well, oftentimes we're given a gift, and that gift is what, in a way, what we can offer to the rest of the human race. There's something in you already that is waiting for you to utilize and capitalize on. Maybe what you lost had nothing to do with that gift. Maybe it's something that you kind of wanted to do, something that looked good, but it wasn't really your true purpose, your true calling. There's something that you have. You've got something, some calling, some gift, some skill, something that you're already pretty decently versed in, right? Look into that, tap into that. Because if you do that, you're pulling from the inside. You're pulling from a natural reservoir as opposed to pulling from your ego or trying to keep up with other folks. Now, like I said, it might not look the best, but you've got these options and you can change your mindset about it. You can make it into the best. You get what I'm saying? You can make it into the best. The same way that this thing that was hoped for now has a sour taste, you can take whatever bland thing that you might even see it as bland or unappealing, you can transform that into something amazing. You can transform that into something amazing. Ava B says, very resonant, tapping into my confidence and humility simultaneously. Yeah, I think you've got something on the inside that you might have overlooked. Tap into that. Use that. Use that. Lance Benefield says Luke Skywalker, right? You can become your inner Luke Skywalker if that's what you want to do. Tap into what you already got, because you can't lose what's yours. You're not going to lose what's yours, not what's really yours. Not what's really yours. Some things you borrow for now, but other things have your name written all over it, and they ain't going anywhere anytime soon. So tap into those things, because like I said, then you're not pulling from the ego, you're pulling from that limitless well that is the source of your energy. I'm so good at what I do on YouTube is because I do this already all the time. If the camera wasn't on, if there was no camera, phone, no YouTube, I would still be doing this. So it doesn't exhaust me, right? It's not a burden. It's something that I can do effortlessly and fluently and fluidly, because it's me. This is what I do. This is what I do. So pull from something that is you already. Pull from something that you already have and that you can apply in a particular direction. That way, when things get rough, you'll still do it. That way, even if the cups do spill, you'll continue with it. Because really, if it's coming from the inside, if it's coming from a place that's a passion, that's a skill that you've already got down pat, if you're pulling from that zone, something like this won't rock you, it won't shake you. So one of the things that I've learned is that, these hard times, they do come. It's a part of life. There's literally ups and there's downs. But when you persist through those downs, when you come back up, you find that you didn't lose anything. You really learned how to manage. You learned how to flow. You learned how to make do. You learn how to balance. So a lot of people fall off when things get rough. A lot of people fall off when things get rough, and that's how you know who was really about it and who wasn't. But those of us who persist and maintain and continue even when the chips are down, when they come back up, you learn to appreciate it even more because you really worked for it. You actually earned it. You earned it. So tap into your core strength. And hell, maybe, right? And this is an alternate reading. Here's an alternate reading. Perhaps what you lost isn't really a loss, right? Maybe there's a way to take what you've already got going on right now and infuse it with a new part of yourself that you probably didn't apply to this already. Shadow Music says maintain your frame. Peace, Shadow Music. Enchanted Cottage 333 says we can't lose what is ours, so there's no need for attachment because we already have what is ours. Boom. Boom. Ava B says, reminds me of the quote, nothing of true value is ever lost in the eyes of God. Facts. Facts. Lily Beth, peace. All right, so hopefully this gives you something that you can work towards. Hopefully this gives you some insight, right? Like Michael previously, it's not an exact answer, right? Maybe you're looking for like an exact, hey, do this, but that's not always the best answer. That's not always the right answer even. Sometimes the best answer is helping you with what direction you should look into, right? I could have told the last guy which one of those things to choose, but I don't know the full story. Only he knows the full story. So I can point to the influences that will allow him to make the best decision for himself. And the same thing here with you. Same thing here with you. You have some type of inner thing that's already established and you've been overlooking it. Tap into it. Tap into it. Tap into it. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. Hazard Pie says, going to look up some Moldavite, Kevros. I just ordered some flame stone and a UV light, and I'm intrigued by it. I have never heard of flame stone. That sounds like something out of a video game. I've got Moldavite for sure. I've had Moldavite for years, but a flame stone? What the world? Is that a Mandela effect? We have flame stones now? Don't you use that to turn EV into Flareon? Enchanted Cottage says, all of these messages seem to relate to the theme of the collective reading at the beginning. Isn't it cool, right? Isn't it cool? I've noticed that too. That's why I like to do the collective reading, because like it kind of sets the tone. Not even set the tone, like it's a reading of the energy. And these individual readings only reinforce different facets of that energy. I love it. It's almost like, say the energy is Italian food, right? But depending on who you are, your reading might say spaghetti, and your reading might say calzones, and your reading might say, I don't know, cheesy bread or something. Really cool. Really cool how that works, eh? Hazard Pie says, no, it looks like a gray rock. Looks like gray rock and glows like a flame. I'd have to see that. I've never heard of that. I've got an Eevee, and I'm still hoping that it'll transform it into a Flareon, though. I'm still gonna try it. Okay. So, who we have next is Framestar Films. All right. So, let's see. Framestar says, guidance for new project in development with the initials AZ. Thank you. Okay, all right, let's do it. Guidance for the new project, AZ. Let's address these influences, these energies that surround this project, AZ. Let's get it. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Let's do it. All right. Love and be, peace. Martina Rosales says, can I know the Aries card? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Baby, we can do it. Take your time. Do it right. All right. Let's get it. Enchanted Cottage says, Trav, you too young to know that song. I listen to the oldies, man. I listen to the oldies. I think they stopped making music a couple years ago. So, I mean, there's nothing to listen to but the oldies. I think they stopped making music a couple years ago. A couple decades ago, maybe. It'd be nice if they made more music, but perhaps we have forgotten how. Ambient Esoterica. Peace. I like your music, Ambient Esoterica. Your music is coming straight out of Doth. Straight out of Doth. All right, let's get to it. AZ. Strength. I think we've got some very good foundation for this strength card. Some very good foundation for this project, because I'm seeing right away we're tapping into your lunar aspect, right? So far, it appears that the foundation of what this project is based upon is coming from a very real place. Like we talked about in the previous reading, the suggestion for her was to tap into what she knows, tap into something that she already has within her. And it looks like you were doing just that with this project. Ooh, another major arcana, which is interesting because does anybody know what astrological sign this card represents? I'll give you a hint. It's right in front of you. So not only do we have a heavy influence on your lunar nature and also your solar nature. Wow. Okay, let's look at this. let's look at this. So we've got the Strength card, we've got the Hermit card, and we've got the Devil. All right. The foundation is solid. You're coming from a place that you know very well. And obviously this project is gonna take a lot of your personal effort. You probably are carrying a big part of this workload. And for you, that's probably all right because you want it that way. You might feel that you are the one who has most of the influence on where this is going, or should I say you're one that wants to make sure it's done correctly. So you're probably taking on a lot of the direction for this particular thing. Now, while that is great, because again, it's tapping into a part of your essence, there is a very real, how do we say, threat that such a thing might be a bit derailed. Not necessarily derailed as in it's gonna all fall apart, but with you taking on most of the energetic load might be a bit stressful, right? It might be something, you taking on the heavy workload, doing a big part of this thing yourself. It might be such a load that it requires compensation, right? So in other words, it will very much be beneficial to make sure that along the way you're taking care of yourself, so that this does not overwhelm you, so that this does not exhaust you, so that this does not lead you into making decisions that may have maybe in the past shown to be a good way to cope with things. Make sure that this workload does not stress you out to the point that you're having to go out and find strange ways to balance the energy. Let me know if I'm right so far. You want to make sure that everything is done correctly. You want to make sure that everything is done up to your standard. I mean, that's the Virgo nature. That's the Virgo nature. But a big key here is to make sure that you don't take on too heavy of a workload. Not too heavy of a workload, because that can lead to the requirement of compensation. If you're spending energy, then naturally your subconscious mind is going to want to replenish that energy. And that's a big part of what the Hermit card is about. It's a big part of what the Hermit card is about, but don't cause yourself unnecessary and undue stress and undue overwhelm. A lot of major arcana forces here. So we got the Five of Swords. The Five of Swords is going to be Venus in Aquarius. And of course, the star card is Aquarius itself. So another reason that you might be wanting to take up the helm and the driver's seat, the captain's chair, another reason for that might be because there are others involved with conflicting ideas. There might be other people who have ideas about this project that you just don't see in the end vision, right? Everybody wants to have input. And you might feel that there are others whose input won't make this thing turn out as the best it possibly could. So perhaps in a way to prevent that, you're taking on the massive workload. Enchanted Cottage says, man, Virgo and Capricorn both struggle with workaholism. I was studying this earlier today. Yeah, yeah. Definitely those two signs, right? Earth signs. It's funny because Taurus is the one that likes to take those naps frequently. Whereas Virgo and Capricorn are the ones who are probably going to work more than they should. So there's probably other ideas and other people who want to have a say and have an influence. And perhaps your best way of making sure that everything comes out correctly is by taking charge, taking control of it. Now, this is not a bad thing in its entirety. There's a very real hope that this project is going to be what you see it as becoming, right? There's a very strong, hell, 85, 95% chance that this is going to be perfect, right? The real issue is not so much the project itself, but it's you. The real issue is you making sure that you are keeping yourself harmonized, balanced, keeping yourself hydrated and well fed, and making sure that your energies are replenished, right? Don't let yourself slip and fall. Let yourself stay replenished. Because here's the thing, if you do get burned out, if you do get exhausted, if you do happen to drop the ball in any kind of way, those same people, the same members at the peanut gallery, those same too many cooks, they're going to be the ones to step up and take the helm, right? Those other too many cooks are going to enter the kitchen and put on the chef's hat and probably put too much salt or too much turmeric. Or maybe not enough seasoning at all. You know how that can be. They might not season it up enough. So yeah, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself in this. Take care of yourself in this. 1111, thank you, Curve. Of course, Framestar, you would get this reading at 1111. Anna Molly says, we at 8:11 and still light out here. What? Y'all still have... That's where the sun went. Well, it always comes up here first, so I guess we have that. And we get nighttime first, so I guess we have that too. MC Maestro says, never let him cook again, as the young folks say. Never let him cook again. Let me know how that sounds to you, Framestar. Let me know if that makes sense. The head chef needs to make sure that he's fed. Otherwise, one of them young knuckleheads might have to come in. Framestar says, excellent, great read, and thanks for the comments, fam. 7-11 for me. Typical Virgo. Up early in the morning. Early in the morning, so I gotta get up. You and Hazard Pie, y'all must be up on my hours. It's the beginning of the day for me. I wake up before these live streams, that's why I always have them so late. But yeah, I'd have to say, Aquarius, I probably get along with the best. And also Virgo. Me and Virgo and Aquarius tend to be really good pals. So I gotta get up early in the morning. Matthew Watson says, yo Trav, what's your ascendant? My ascendant is the sign that's associated with the Temperance card. Temperance. Enchanted Cottage says Gap Band. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. Hazard Pie says 4:14. I wake up for this. All around the world, 24/7. The clock. Enchanted Cottage says I don't have a sleep pattern at all. Yeah, I think I gave up on that. I tried to fix it, and the next day it immediately reset. And when I say reset, I mean like, I go to sleep when the sun is coming up. I suppose I need to recharge while the sun is doing its thing. But yeah. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. That's the big thing. Looks like everything's gonna be good. Everything's gonna be good as long as you're good. Teach these young boys a lesson. Young boys and young girls. Teach these young cooks how it's done. Let them know what time it is. You know how we do it. You know how we do it. You got the scrimph. You got the scrimp to get the job done correctly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's really cool. There's sun and your moon and these two cards. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. What time is it? 11 something. Well, it did start at 9, so I gotta get up. The thing with me is I'm usually quiet. You know, I'm usually listening to meditation music or mantras. But every now and then, like once every couple of months, I'll have a very loud day. And that's when I've got my playlist of hardcore screaming music and thrashing and banging. And I'm jumping around the house and air guitaring these solos, going ham. I guess all that energy has to get out. I'll do that shit all day. Throat be sore, neck be sore. My own mini concert. I had that day yesterday. It just comes upon me. Lord! And it's always unpredictable. I'll just wake up and everything will be cool, and then all of a sudden, Poison the Well, music, some Dimmu Borgir, might tap into some Metallica, some Megadeth. Gotta have the strength to endure. The strength to endure. Enchanted Cottage says the other twin comes out. Yeah, that's more like it. All right. So, I think we're pretty caught up. Would anyone else like to get a tarot reading? Because otherwise, I think it might be a somewhat of an early night. Ardquark, peace. Ardquark says Dimmu Borgir rocks. They do. And I enjoy their lyrics. Left are the kings of the carnival creation to carry out the echoes of the fallen. Man, that song, Kings of the Carnival Creation, I was so impressed by that song as a youngin'. Like, I was so impressed. I was listening, I think it was like Yahoo Music or something, like way back in the day on my parents' computer. This was like, I don't know, like, whenever that album came out. And I heard that thing play, and I was like, holy shit, who made this music? What were they on? I had never heard nothing like this in my life. I literally went to the mall immediately and bought that whole CD. I had to get it. I had to. Like, that's one of the few times in my life when, like, I hear something and it's like, holy shit. I never would fathom something this incredible. I'll never forget. I enjoyed that album so much. And then the album cover was all like, you know, I wouldn't dare show my parents that. It was like a naked woman, but she was like tied up with barbed wire or something like that, with the pentagram and all that. Oh man. The drums, the guitar solos, the rhythm, the vocals, like it was so epic. It was so epic. Damn, downloading it, I had to buy it. Alchemy Gold. Gotcha. Early in the morning. MC Maestro says Pantera turns me into Broly. Okay, Alchemy Gold. Got you. What is your sun, moon, and rising? It seems that I didn't write you down from before. I know that we've got this character. So I gotta get up. Matthew Watson, how you liking the Star Wars season? I ain't even gonna waste my time going over there to Darth Vader. That man will chase you down to the edge of the map. Separated by water, he will swim across that water. I like the new season so far. The Wookiee bowcaster, it would do a lot better with a scope, but it's pretty cool, pretty cool. I played ranked the other day, and a friend of mine came through who was Unreal rank, and his lobbies were extremely, it was like being out in the wild for real. Them folks was like lions and predators. Good God. What was so weird about being in an Unreal ranked lobby is that it was so quiet. It was so quiet because everyone lands and they get into their spot. And everyone is listening for someone else to start fighting, and then they come out and swarm. So it's like, the dude that was playing with us was telling us, like, you know, don't get on the zip line, don't splash, don't do this, that, and the third, because all those sounds attract other people to come and attack. So it's like we had to really move quiet, like super quietly, and it's like go, 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 no time to lollygag and slack around. And I'm telling you, the one fight we got into, here come like 5 other teams just converging, and it was pure chaos. I don't know how he does it. I went back to my little old platinum diamond lobbies, because that Unreal was unreal. Sheesh. But that's a perfect example right there of why you should not try to skip levels just because you think you're ready for higher levels. You should always work with the level that you're on and master the lessons that come with the level that you're on. Because if you try to, and I'm not just talking about video games, I'm talking about life, right? Because if you try to skip ahead to levels that you haven't been trained for, that you haven't worked your way into, you're gonna be met with challenges that you couldn't have even fathomed, right? And I've been playing Fortnite for years, and when I stepped into those lobbies, those Unreal lobbies, which is far above my rank, I was certainly presented with challenges that I could not have fathomed. It's funny because like he knew the people in the lobby, like as we're looking at the screen names, he recognized these people because the higher up you go, the fewer people there are, right, in your rank. So it's like he knew, okay, we're playing with this dude, we're playing with this one, you need to watch out for this guy. And I'm like, what the hell is this? It was cool. It was cool. Okay, Alchemy Gold, so Capricorn. So our Capricorn is back, our hard-working Capricorn. The savior of the world, Aquarius. And of course, the fire starter. No time for talking, only time for action. Anna Molly says, I updated Fortnite yesterday, but I have had 0 free time. Oh. Well, if you ever do, when you do, I'll be happy to show you the ropes. Or maybe you can show me something. MC Maestro says, Fortnite keeps trying to tempt me. Let it happen, man. Let it happen. The healer says, I have dreams of songs, but when I wake up and look up the lyrics don't exist. What does that mean? You're hearing music from the astral. That's where music comes from in the first place. People pull it down. So you're hearing stuff that hasn't been written yet. Matthew Watson says, loving it, LOL. I feel you, man. Y'all had me nervous when we logged into ranked. Maybe if it was gears. Yeah, my ranked lobbies aren't so bad. My ranked aren't so bad. Maestro says, when you have a Fortune 500 company but a cornerstone mindset, yikes. Maestro says, I can't build that fast. That shit confused me. There's no builds. We play no builds. You don't have to build. Like, they made a completely separate version where you don't have to build. You literally just play like any other battle royale. Play no builds, man. No builds. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. You know what? Let's go with the woke deck. Let's go with the woke deck. So did you have any specific question, or was this a general reading, Alchemy Gold? So I gotta get up. Was this general, or was this going to be specific? General. Oh. What do we do? What do we do? The Empress has popped out. But we're gonna let that slide. The Empress has popped out. That might be a precursor for what we've got going on. Curve says no builds is definitely way better. That building shit had me clicking every button on my controller like I was playing Mortal Kombat. Especially when you're getting shot at and you don't know where it's coming from. You start throwing up walls and triangles and you upside down somehow. Yeah, man. Going into that Unreal lobby, I felt like Rackham Willie's brother. They did him like a dog. All right, here we go. General read. We start with the Tower. We continue with the King of Wands. And we move forward with the Queen of Pentacles. So, there has been a very sharp change, sharp and drastic change. Now, I believe that you're not a stranger to life's up and downs. However, this most recent change may have been a bit concerning. Especially when we look at this general reading, the public reading, the collective reading, and how you've had plans and you had things that you were working on, that you were moving towards. This most recent change might have been something that might have attacked your confidence. And as you look back at that event, it by no means is something that shut you down. It's by no means something that stopped what you were doing. However, you're really looking at it and deciding whether or not you should adjust your plans based on what has happened. Now, as I always say, the king gives the orders. And this last event that recently transpired, again, wasn't anything that really stopped the show or slowed you down, but you're definitely considering shifting the play, shifting what you're doing at this time. Now, with the king giving the orders, the queen actually makes the plan for carrying out that orders. And it looks like your plan and your focus is really on the financial territory, or at least the territory of your belongings, your possessions, and the things that are in your environment. Stuffed dog with the new logo. Peace. So it seems that the issue has happened, whatever it was has happened, and right now you've begun to adjust how you move. And there's a big amount of attention placed on your finances and how you are managing them, as well as other aspects of your belongings and your environment. And instead of retreating, instead of going into hiding, you kind of feel as if you're in a position now to where you're fighting off other people and other influences. You're in a position where you feel like you're at odds with, going to war, so to speak, with the world against you. Again, based on whatever the recent event was. But there's a lot to think about, because I think that you understand that a lot of this is coming from an emotional place. It's coming from a place of reaction as opposed to a place of proactive decision making. I think that you recognize that what's going on here is a result of you defending yourself, of you protecting yourself. And the truth of the matter is, this can be a part of a cycle that's been recurring, right? This may not be the first time that you've had to move in this way, but I think that you're definitely tired of having to play this game. And as you think about what's going on here, as you reflect on what's going on here, right? And it's kind of interesting because I see these two parallels here. The King of Wands looking back at the situation, yet as you move forward, you're in somewhat of a defensive state. And the Queen of Pentacles, paying close attention to what you have to work with right now and where you're going with it. It's also causing you to really look within to find the answers of what exactly is going on here. What exactly is causing these recurring patterns? What exactly is causing this situation to appear in my life? Because I want something new, I want something different, and I don't want to have to go through this type of tower moment again. Let me know how this resonates so far, Alchemy Gold. So this is probably the best place to be, right? It's not always the ideal situation to be reactive and to be kind of feeling like the world is against you, because that's not true, right? It may feel this way, but that's not true. There are more people in the world than those who you might feel are antagonistic towards you right now. But the truth of the matter is, where your focus is what you get more of. And maybe there are things that are being overlooked. Maybe there are things that have not been paid attention to. Maybe there are people and opportunities for you to shift your focus into, so that these experiences and these encounters and these situations don't appear as they have on a recurring basis. In fact, it's very likely that this time around you'll get the upper hand. It's very well likely that this time around you'll be the one that comes out triumphantly. And it's not necessarily because you're playing their game or you're fighting fire with fire, but it's because you start to figure out exactly what's causing this to happen, and you start to shift your behavior. You start to shift how you move. There are people around you that seem to benefit more from causing you chaos than you benefit from defending and protecting yourself. In other words, they're getting out of this what they want, and you're not. So it will keep happening as long as they are involved with you. But what you're learning now is how to move without these folks, how to move without whoever or whatever is contributing to the anxiety, to the problem, to the tower moment. You're learning to move away from these people and cut these people off. And it starts mentally. It starts mentally. You've got to start thinking your way out of the situation as opposed to fighting your way out of the situation, right? to be still, to sit with your emotions, right? The cups represent the emotional plane. To sit with your emotions and really to observe, what is it about you that is attracting these situations? And what can you change about yourself? It's very easy to say it's them, and it very well may be them, but you can't do anything about them. You can only do something about yourself. So what is it about you that can change? And as you start analyzing that, you'll start figuring out what your swords are so that you can start to cut those people off. And not just so that you can cut them off and say, ha, I got you, but to free yourself from the ropes that bind, from the chains that bind, from these people that keep you feeling the way that you're feeling right now. You're going to figure out how to get rid of them. You just got to stop being reactive, to stop being defensive, and to take a look within and look at the Queen of Pentacles, to really take into account what you have right now of value. This is not always money, but it's something that might be tangible and physical. Take into consideration what you have right now, what you have to work with right now. And there's nothing wrong with making plans based on what happened. Just make sure that the plan is not retaliation, but the plan is, how can I live a better life? How can I move forward without these type of situations happening again, right? We can't always predict the future and control, certain events from happening, but what we can do is minimize these type of things from happening. I mean, look, what happens to us has a big part of it comes from, a lot of times, the type of people we allow into our lives. Most of what we go through in life has to do with the people we involve in our lives. I mean, listen to your friend, for me at least, listen to your friends and your family and the people who have drama. Listen to all the chaos that people are experiencing, and you will quickly notice that it all stems from being involved with unstable people, unstable emotionally, unstable mentally, unstable physically, right? So if you learn how to recognize the signs of unstable emotions and unstable mental patterns, you can start to distance yourself from those people that would cause you harm mentally, emotionally, physically. So what that results in is King of Wands here, making decisions based on that Tower moment, not in retaliation, but in learning how to not involve yourself with people that bring trouble. It's the people that bring trouble. When you clear them out of your life, you will find so much more peace. And I know there's a big part of us that wants to have friends and family and people around us, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just you gotta value, what's the word? You gotta analyze the quality of people that you allow in your life. Don't just have people around you because you don't want to be lonely. That's asking for trouble. Because that loneliness attracts a certain type of person. You wanna learn how to be comfortable with yourself and to love yourself when you're alone, so that you can attract other people who can respect your peace. So you can attract other people who can respect the fact that you don't need them around to value yourself. When you start attracting those kind of people, you stop attracting the drama. You stop attracting people that steal from you, that hurt you. You stop attracting people that are full of shit. Shit people are attracted by specific vibrations and frequencies, right? It's not that you're a bad person, but narcissists and all these other types of folks, they're attracted to specific vibrations and behavioral and thought patterns. And when you cut those patterns off within yourself, they don't have something to gravitate towards. They don't have something to gravitate towards. Stuffed Dog says, Trav, you getting good at this, my G. Word to your mother. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alchemy Gold says, I don't want them, they come to me. Stuffed Dog says, the pull of the herd. It's a commitment to separate yourself from the wrong crowds. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know for the longest time, I desperately wanted a partner and I desperately wanted to be loved and I desperately wanted to experience these relationships. And I kept attracting people who were not very good, not very good for me. I kept attracting people who, exhibited negative qualities. So I had to learn that I needed to stop trying to go out and find a date and try to find all this other stuff and really just sit with myself and learn to enjoy my own company, learn to be in love with myself first, and then go out and try again. And in the trying again, not like, oh, I gotta find somebody, but just really, if it happens, it does. If it doesn't, then it won't. Hell, I went out and a girl gave me her phone number just last week. I didn't call her back because I wasn't really, looking for anything at the time. But hey, once you stop looking because you're comfortable with yourself, you'll see that there are plenty of opportunities. It's literally your choice whether or not you want to go forward with them, as opposed to just taking whatever you can get. Like it's literally a specific frequency to just take whatever you can get. That's a specific frequency. Whereas if you're not really in a hurry, in a rush, if you're not feeling desperate for companionship, you'll find that there's always opportunities. Oh man, poor thing. I'm probably not gonna call her. I think I'm a bit too busy at the time. She's nice though. Boundaries, boundaries. All right, so Alchemy Gold, let me know what you thought about that. Let me know how that sounds. Curve says, hit him with the poor human laugh. Oh. Alchemy Gold says, I'll put the jars away. Kenny Anderson, peace. Kenny Anderson says, I appreciate you, Trev. I would love to get our tarot session sent to me in the Magus group. That would be great. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will send you the tarot session that we had. Stuff Dog says, Trav, I need a room. What's up? Uh-oh. You coming down this way? So how's everybody doing? How we doing? Dust yourself off and try again. You can dust it off and try again, again. You don't wanna throw it all away. I might be tired of the first day. What about the next day? Timbaland, man. Timbaland made some of the greatest beats. That was my favorite producer from that era, hands down. Hands down. All right, so once again, letting y'all know, those of you who are here, I'm running the Cyclomancy course. We're doing the second session of Cyclomancy. We're gonna be starting this weekend, right? And also, my shadow work mastery system. If you're someone who is ready to go through with actually doing shadow work and integrating those parts of yourself that have run rogue, the parts of yourself that are causing you to be on autopilot and to make the same decisions that don't always lead to the best place, right? If you're tired of doing that over and over, take my shadow work course. It will certainly allow you insight into yourself. It will certainly give you direction to look within and find where exactly the disconnect is, and allow you to heal yourself, to heal your subconscious, to heal your inner child. And you can do all this without ruminating on painful experiences. My shadow work class is not about looking at the pain of the past, right? Because it's not really necessary for healing. You don't, contrary to popular belief, you don't have to look at the pain of your past to heal. You just have to recognize what you're doing right now that perpetuates the cycle. What are you running from, right? What are you blindly trying to run after? When you learn how to recognize those things and heal those things, you'll find that your decision-making process changes, it improves. You'll find that you stop identifying yourself with someone who is a victim, and you start identifying yourself as someone who is a winner. So right now my shadow work course is 50% off, and I'm bundling it with the Cyclomancy course. So for this week, you can get those two amazing courses at half off. The Cyclomancy course is going to be live. We're going through it every weekend. The shadow work course you do at your own pace, because this is some heavy subject matter. But either way, now's the best time to go forward with it. So if you're interested in that, the link will be posted in the description. It's also posted in the community page of the last post I did, as well as all the videos I'm doing this week, because that's how long the sale's going to be. All right. Anna Molly says, just chopped up a bunch of button mushrooms. Oh, button mushrooms. Curve says, I'm definitely gonna be there. Rubs hands like Birdman. Oh no, not Birdman. Stuff Dog says, Trav, I'm getting out and traveling to learn from teachers like they did back in the day. I like the idea of sitting with my teachers and absorbing the prana firsthand. What's up? Well, when do you plan on doing it? I'm gonna have to clean some things up. Kenny Anderson says, I already signed up for the class. Am I able to still take the shadow work class for 50% off? Yes, you are. If you've already taken one of those classes, the shadow work or the cyclomancy, I posted a link in the class to where you can access them. You can still access the 50% off deal. So yes, the answer is yes. Framestar Film says, your time traveler ass might just have NLP'd me into signing up for the class, or is it my higher self? Hey, one of the two. Savannah McIntosh says, I have a friend that died recently and I was told about thinking about the person to get over it. I really needed to hear what you said a minute ago. Happy to help. And may your heart rest easy. All right. All right. So that's the last bit of my Fruit Loops essential oil. Stuff Dog says, Trev, what do I need to get a reading? You can hit me up on my Cash App or my PayPal. Well, yeah, here pinned in the comments. I have my Cash App link. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. All right, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Be right back. What time is it? All right. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so yeah, if you could give me your sun, your moon, and your ascendant. And also if you have a general question or specific. And if you have a preference of deck. As far as the decks are concerned, we've got what Maestro calls the Mormon deck. We've also got the Lon Milo Duquette Ceremonial Magic. We've got what I call the Woke deck. And then, of course, the classic Rider Waite. Oh yeah. Stevon Barnett says, hello, brother. Have a feeling there is a message for me this night. Absolutely. Get ready for your message, Stevon Barnett. Let's get it. Just in time. Alchemy Gold says, woke deck. Woke deck. I have a feeling which one he's gonna pick. Stuffed Dog says, so sun, moon, and what? Sun, moon, and ascendant. If you don't know the ascendant, then that's fine. Yeah. Let's do it. Lance Benefield says, the Force of Darkness, 5 card. And also, it's about that time, right? As we're wrapping up Dion Fortune's Cosmic Doctrine, I'm asking you, what things do you guys want to hear about or see? What topics might you want to get into here in the next month or so? I have a few ideas for books, but also, like, what kind of things are you interested in learning about? What's on your spiritual path that you might want to dive deeper into? As always, feel free to let me know. Feel free to hit me up with a suggestion or a question or what type of information or content you'd like to see more of. Framestar Film says, I Ching. Well, that's certainly one I haven't gotten into yet. I Ching. Matthew Watson says the etheric double, A.E. Powell. Okay. Ro Rockin says I'm interested in the shadow work path, also exploring dark energy. Interesting. What is dark energy? Could you tell me what that word means to you? Etheric says agora. Alchemy Gold says NLP. I like that. I like that. Lance Benefield says this energy center represents the connection between the mind, body, and soul. All must be in balance to experience unconditional love. All right, Sun, Moon, and Ascendant. Okay, and after Stuff Dog, I've got Bernard Chang Tai Sing. Oops. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let me know your three if you'd like. And like I said, if not, that's fine too. If at least you know your sun sign, that works. Or if you don't want to go that route at all, we can do that. Matthew Watson says Atlantis and Lemuria. Cool. Dimensional Legend says, not good. Dark energy is immortality and death. It's in 15-dimensional time. Matrix. Well, yeah, I cannot make a judgment at all because I don't know what that person means by dark energy. It's not the best practice to cast judgment on what's good and what's bad on what anyone says because we don't know what anyone's talking about. Right? When he says dark energy, I have no idea what that means. You don't know what that means either. So if we get what he means by that, because words are just placeholders, right? Words don't mean anything. But when we get what is being referred to by those words, we get closer to being able to have a conversation about a thing. Because when I say dark energy, if I say chaos, if I say this, that, or a third, you don't know what I'm talking about. You only know what your definition of those words are. So for someone to give you a snap judgment based on anything you say, you're dealing with a couple things here. You're dealing with projection. You might even be dealing with somebody that has an agenda. So it's always best to start on as level of a playing field as possible. Rockin says, yes, I'm a woman. Oh, my bad. Yes, I'm a woman, and I've been tapping into my femme fatale power. Death is a part of life. No need to fear the other side. Rap music often plays with it. Okay. Yeah, and it's not in an attempt to make you sound any kind of way. I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. So when I ask what does dark energy mean, that's what I mean by that. Ro Rockin says, I'm okay with being called a he, only by you. LOL, I'm a she. Duly noted. Okay, Stuffed Dog says, I know my son, Scorpio. All right, we can work with that. We can work with that. So like I said, is this going to be a general or is this going to be a specific? And for the person that donated after stuff recently, a few moments ago, let me know your sun, your moon, and your rising. Or if you would not, say so. And let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. Poison ivy, poison ivy. She crazy as a daisy. Bum, bum. She coming like a rose. Bum, bum, bum. Rack 'em, rack bar. Rack 'em, rack 'em, rack bar. Allah, ha ha, rack bar. Allah, rack 'em, rack bar. Give me one of them hot dogs. What's your name, man? Willie James Huff, better known as Funky Chicken, as Allah Rakbar. Hello! Showing them who was the high now. The original pimp, nasty, funky pimp, and stanky chicken. But now 144, Magnolia Street, I seen through the window of that house. They was in white robes. Sun Libra, Moon Sagittarius, Rising Virgo. Ghost Panther says, if one cannot buy your class at this moment, can you recommend a book so I can do some shadow work too? Sure. Message me on Instagram because I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but I can certainly get to you on Instagram when I look through my collection. Okay, Rider White deck. Gotcha. Let's go. All right, so again, did you want to do general or did you have a specific question for this read? And also to the person who donated most recently, let me know your sun, your moon, your rising, whether you have a question for something specific or just general. Let me know. Ace says, a perfect way to test the right Trav is just to say rack 'em once and to see if the whole scene is recited. There you go. So that's how you can tell, right? Be it noted for future reference whether or not this is AI Trav or the real Trav. Ask me about Rack and Willie. They was in white robes, fucking one another in the ass like a choo-choo train. All sissies going to hell. You gonna fuck me? Hello, poison ivy. Rack 'em, rack. Poison ivy, rack. She crazy as a daisy. Bum, bum, bum. Shut up. down that whole pint of vodka. Gloat, 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 gloat. Ah, this the real deal. Man, don't mess with Rack and Willie. All right, now, recent person who has donated. Recent person, you have still not given me your sun, your moon, and your rising. I don't know if you, if that was a love donation or if you were wanting a reading. But make sure that you give me your sun, your moon, and your rising before we wrap this live stream up. Boom. Imagine getting a instant message from Travis, and you say Rack and Willie, and they say, "Excuse me, beloved, but I don't understand what that means, beloved." That's when you know to call the police. Willie, you kind of spit when you talk. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. That Holy Spirit spitting a lot, automatically, systematically. 15 guys. Where were they? Raped my brother in the Clark County jail. Messed with him. I asked him, I said, "John, how did that feel to you?" He said, "James, wasn't no fun. They did him like a dog." All right. When you meet the Georgia Bulldogs, you're gonna feel the bulldog bite. All right, now. I guess we're gonna move forward. I guess we're gonna move along then. I guess we're gonna schmoove along. The person who has donated, I'm asking multiple times. Perhaps you have fallen asleep or maybe stepped away. But I'm trying to get your reading to you. I'm calling about your extended warranty. Calling about your extended warranty. I want to make sure you get what you came for, so you don't come back talking about, "Oh, Trav did this, Trav did that," because I did no such thing. Alchemy Gold says give to General. We might have to do that. Bomb. Hello. Have you guys ever experienced something that's been funny for almost 20 years? I have. And his name is Rack and Willie. Alright, well, fuck it. He gave a donation. And I appreciate it, I do. Maybe it was, maybe it was a donation. I just wanted to make sure, that's all. I just wanted to make double, triple, quadruple sure. Because like I said, sometimes on the internet, people go to posting and saying stuff, and nobody asks about the other side of the story. Trav took my money. What you mean, took your money? But anyways, y'all already know who I am and how I am, so that stuff don't matter. Alright, Stuff Dog says, "Trav, my Western Sun is Scorpio, since you're doing tropical." Okay, alright. That's what I had before, but I was just going off of what you gave. I figured that you might have been doing the Vedic version, which is fine. I mostly just use these as focal keys. I know that Maestro experiments. He mixes it up between his different readings. Curve says this is being recorded, so he can't do shit. And I'm not accusing him of doing that. Like, I'm not saying he is. All I'm saying is I'm just making sure. That's all. I'm just making sure. I've seen his name before, throughout the years, so he probably isn't. That's why I said I'm just making sure that this person is here at least. But in any case, maybe he went to sleep. That happens to me sometimes, right? If I'm tired and I've been up for 2 days and I sit down real comfortable, I might not wake up until 8 to 12 hours. I get it. He might be getting his reading on the astral. He may have paid for an astral reading, right? That works. That works. Alchemy Gold says, I just saw this Rackham Willie. Hey, watch it again. It gets funnier each time. I don't think it ever stops getting funny. I love y'all. How do you like me right now? All right. Well, let's get to it. All right, Stuffed Dog, we're going to do Rider White. We're going to do Rider White. And I suppose if my friend doesn't say something, then I guess this will be the last reading for the night. Now it's time for so long. But we'll sing just one more song. Thanks for doing your part. You sure are smart. With me and you and my dog Blue, we can do anything that we wanna do. Hazard Pie says, I would really love to learn more about the placebo effect and the subconscious. Oh yeah, you can try it on yourself. Let me see you whip it. Shoulder treat you right. Give me just a minute of your time tonight. We both are here to have big fun, so let it whip. Whip it, baby. Whip it right. Whip it, baby. Work it all night. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, so that's the name of the game. All right, now Stuff, was this general or was it specific? I'm gonna go with general, unless you say otherwise. So once I start, it's gone. General. All right. So to begin, Three of Wands. The world is yours. Followed by the Ace of Swords and the Two of Swords. So let's break this down. The Three of Wands. We're talking about the energy of Binah, the energy of form, in the realm of Atziluth. The Three of Wands is the sun in Aries. And that is where the sun finds its home. The sun and Aries, they work pretty well together. Let me correct that. Mars finds its home in Aries, but the sun isn't too far behind. We have an enterprising energy. We see him looking out into the external world. This is from the perspective of the inner light, from the inner being, looking out into the manifest dimension. Notice how he's got a firm grasp on one of these wands. The other two are behind him. And what this can indicate is that at least one of these wands represents something that is extremely familiar to him and maybe even mastered. The second that he's grasping here might have something to do with a particular energy or set of information that he's currently utilizing. And the third can be one that is yet to be used or one that has been completely mastered. Either way, these are the tools at his disposal for this work of expansion. So this card, both the 3 and the 2 of Wands, are ruled by the force of Aries. And what this card represents is the masculine meeting the feminine and preparing to conceive, preparing to create, preparing to set forth and conquer. Here we have the Ace of Swords, and with its representation, we find that there is damn near limitless possibilities with where to go next. Again, the world is yours. And with the swords representing the mental plane, what we have here are options. Many, many options. Many ideas that have all the support that they need to reach fruition. These are great things. These are great things. You find yourself in a position of being able to move forward and simply make a choice. Simply make a choice, because whatever you choose is going to work. It's almost like having a blank check. And speaking of choice, we've got the 2 of Swords. This is the card of decisions. We've got the moon in Libra. As you can see the moon here, there's a heavy weight on making the right decision. So the moon in Libra, the 2 of Swords, what we're dealing with here is that a decision will have to be made. Of all the limitless possibilities, you're going to have to cut off 999.9%. Wait, 99.9999% of all the other decisions. Alchemy Gold says the world is yours, Nas. Yep. Now see all the music references. I should have said Nas, but for some reason I felt like people wouldn't catch it. But yeah, that's exactly it. I have a song, one of my favorite songs by my favorite albums by Mobb Deep, that has a verse from Nas, and he even makes a reference to the world is yours in his verse, which is pretty cool. But anyways, of all the decisions that are at your disposal in this state of being able to take on the world and do what the fuck you want, of all those decisions, at this point, you're going to have to choose one. You're going to have to choose one. And before, with another person that I did a reading for, I said to them, the decision wasn't either or, it was and. I think in your case, it's the opposite. In this case, it is either or. In this case, a decision needs to be made, and it's either or, not because you can only do one, but because what you're looking at, the ideas that you're focused on, are going to require all of your attention. So it's either or in the case that whatever you choose will require all of your attention. So something's going to have to be cut so that the other can be focused on. Queen of Pentacles, she returns from before. There is a healthy focus on what you already have. There's a healthy focus on what's already at your disposal, what you've already accomplished, and what you've already put together. So a lot of your decision-making process is going to be based on that. It's going to be based on what you've already done, and perhaps how you can add to what you've already achieved. And it seems that once all those things are taken into consideration, right? The fact that, yes, you can do whatever it is that you want to do, the fact that you have an abundance of ideas, and the fact that, of course, you're going to have to choose one of them, or at least one set of them, and cut the rest. A heavy emphasis is on what you already have in the tangible world. And once that decision is made, it seems like you're going to feel and put your emotional support entirely behind this and move forward. The king gives the orders, the queen makes the plan. It's the knight that carries the plan out. So once you have completed this phase of weighing the different options and weighing the influence of what you have already, you're going to know that it's time to go ahead and invest all of your emotional support behind this choice. And it seems like you don't flip this switch, you don't fully invest and fully engage until the decision is made. Whereas some of us, our heart is weighing between two different things or three different things, and it's very difficult to make that choice. It seems like for you, it really starts in the mind, in the intellectual zone first. And once you've done that, once you've weighed the intellect with what you have physically, then you allow yourself to let your heart get behind it. So maybe you're waiting for your heart to speak and say, oh, let's do this, right? Maybe your heart is saying, maybe you're waiting for your heart to co-sign, and you might not be feeling that just yet. Well, that may be because maybe you have a pattern of putting your heart into it after you've made the decision. Perhaps that's what's going on. Enchanted Cottage says, I entered Delta State and just woke up. Ah, yes. I don't think you're the only one, but welcome back indeed. So let me know how this sounds so far, Stuffed Dog. Let me know how this sounds so far. Perhaps you're waiting for your heart to be into this decision, when the truth is, your heart comes after you've made the decision. Aries woman says, resonate. Yes, ma'am. Stuffed Dog says, aces. So it seems like we've got a character that has appeared once again. The Four of Cups. And the Four of Cups represents the moon in Cancer. So we've got the moon in Libra here, moon in Cancer here. Another card of weighing options. Weighing options. One thing to be mindful of is that even though you are examining what you already have before you make your choice, also be mindful that there are things that might not be directly in front of you that are worth your attention, right? If this is the step that comes before making that final decision, before moving forward with the Knight of Cups, if this is the step that comes first, as far as you taking a good look over what you've already achieved, what you've already accomplished, if this is a big influence on your deciding process, just be mindful that there may be some other things that you may overlook that would benefit you to pay attention to as far as things that you've accomplished. Let's look at it again. Queen of Pentacles. Maybe, just maybe, the things that you choose to look at as far as inspiration are on a certain level. Maybe physical things that you have that are representative of your accomplishments. Don't leave out some of the emotional accomplishments. Don't leave out some of the invisible accomplishments. Don't leave out some of the accomplishments that may not have a physical representative, because those accomplishments are important as well. And those accomplishments may hold some of that emotional inspiration and support that you're looking towards before you move forward. How do I put this? So just kind of run it back from the beginning. You find yourself, this may be spiritually, energetically, you're at this point where you're ready to move forward and do something new, to embark upon a new venture, a new skill, new hobby, new business, new opportunity, new something. You're starting something new. And you got the playing field out in front of you. You recognize it, you've analyzed it. This looks like a great choice, right? And you've got options, lots of different options of how you want to go about doing this. Mentally, it all makes sense. And you know that there is a decision to be made. You're going to have to choose something, which means that something else will not be chosen, right? So that is here, right? That's where we are. And it seems that perhaps your process of making that decision involves looking back to what you've already accomplished and seeing how that weighs in with everything else. And maybe one of the things that you look to for inspiration are physical representatives of accomplishments that were made. That's natural. And in doing so, that's usually when you start to get the signal to move forward and put your heart into it. However, be mindful that there may be other accomplishments that are worth your acknowledgement as well. Acknowledge that there may be other accomplishments that may not be readily visible, right? There are some accomplishments in your life that don't get a trophy. There are some accomplishments in your life that don't have a physical representative that you carry with you in your heart, in your memories, something that's intangible, that was a victory. Those things serve as the inspiration to move forward as well. So it's not so much a threat of making the wrong decision, right? Because all the options are great. It's just which one are you gonna pick? And in picking that which one, just make sure that you look at the inspiration that may not necessarily have a physical symbol for it. Aries woman says, "You're really good. I had to listen 3 times to get it. But yes, they do. My family, my career, my purpose." Awesome, awesome. Good to hear, Aries woman. Enchanted Cottage says, "Great message." Thank you. All right. Oh no. Why y'all delete her comment like that? So there we have it. We've got tonight's collective and individual tarot readings. Good stuff. Good stuff. Stuff Dog says, "Great message, fam. You're good at this, my G." Thank you. Kind of funny it took me so long to get around to doing this, but I'm glad I made the decision to overcome any fears and start reading tarot, because you know these messages relate to me as well. For sure. All right, so that concludes tonight. I thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here from the beginning. Thank you for being here from when you joined in. Thank you for my mods. I appreciate you all. The mighty sword of Gibera spares no bot. Well, except Animali, she has mercy. And Maestro likes to play around with them. Enchanted Cottage, though, straight for the neck. I appreciate my mods. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate my viewers, subscribers, likers of the video, students of the work. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. This is a lot of fun for me. It's also part of my purpose. I'm just glad to be able to help with what I have accumulated over my years, for sure. For sure. And I'll say it again one more time. My shadow work course is currently 50% off right now. My cyclomancy course is currently 50% off right now. If you missed the cyclomancy first round, if you missed shadow work before, now is the great and best time to get it. This discount will be available until Monday, so take advantage of this while it is here, because it will go away once it is time. We'll start the new cyclomancy class on Saturday, so if you're interested in being a part of this, let's go for it. As it is right now, this will be the last time that I do it. In the future, there's a possibility that I might, but as far as right now, I'm like, I don't think so. It's pretty intensive work, right? So hopefully, if you're somebody who's interested in this, you're gonna read the book and take the exercises seriously, because if you actually do the work, you will get the results. You will. Shout out to Brother Panic. I hope that y'all got your Brother Panic lessons while they were here, because they are not here anymore. Brother Panic's channel is no longer on YouTube. Now, who knows why? Maybe his wife made the decision for whatever reasons. But that is a perfect example of why you got to take advantage of this information while it is in front of you. While it is in front of you. Same thing with Bobby Hemmett, right? I remember a time when all the Bobby Hemmett videos were on YouTube. And I tell you what, I watched those videos. I think I had a job at a call center, and I got promoted to work in the back and like fill out postcards to the products. And while I was doing that, I was listening to Bobby Hemmett every day. So I was able to watch full 8-hour lectures on my work shift, right? So I went through almost all those Bobby Hemmett videos, and I was taking notes, right? Make sure that you're doing that. Make sure that you're getting the information, you're taking your notes, and you're putting it to work, because you cannot count on this stuff being here forever. You can't. And it's free on YouTube, so the people have every right to take their stuff away. So hopefully you really paid attention to Brother Panic and you watched his information and you learned something. I learned it, right? Before the videos got taken away, before he passed even, I got to a point where it was like, I understand what Panic is talking about. Now I don't have to watch every live stream. I bought the books. I listened to what he was actually saying, right? A lot of people do the celebrity worship thing, and I guess that's fine. But being a student, before he passed, I reached a certain level where it was like, I get it. And I thank you for that. Some people didn't reach that level. So it's like, what do I do now? Panic is gone. Bobby is gone. And there ain't very many other teachers on YouTube. Hell, I need for y'all to name me at least one. There ain't very many people left on YouTube talking about this occult science. I don't mean just talking about it. I mean teaching it from a place of knowledge, wisdom. There are not very many, and I'm being generous. I'm being generous here. Tivetai says, yeah, I am in a similar process while working overnights, moonlighting as a studious aspiring mage. You know, that's what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do, and don't feel bad about it. Rockin says, just noticed you're sparkling. Cool. I can't help it, man. That's what happens when I get out of the shower. Alchemy Gold says, does anyone know where is Tree Marie? I haven't heard from her in a while. She usually checks in like after a couple months, but I haven't really heard from her in a while. All right, so enjoy your new moon. It's a beautiful time to be alive, right? It's an even more beautiful time to recognize what you are and who you are and to express that. I was going over this with my business partner recently that, I really think that the human race is another race of animals on this planet, just like the dogs and the cats and the monkeys. Like we are another part of the ecosystem, for sure, right? But there's like a small select group of souls that incarnate here through the bodies of human beings, or even through the bodies of any other creature on this planet, for a specific data gathering purpose, right? So this is what I'm saying. Some of us are not humans for real. Some of us are literally extraterrestrial. Some of us are souls that are utilizing the human experience to gather certain aspects of karma. I wholeheartedly fully believe that. Some of us are extraterrestrial entities that are utilizing the human experience to gather data. And I'm saying that to say this: don't get caught up and confused. Don't get attached and wrapped up to the human experience itself. Most of these people that you encounter, damn near all of them, are human beings. This is what they're here to do, is to be the human animal. Nothing to do with you. Let them do that. Let them be that. But you're here to gather a specific type of data. That's why certain concepts have entered your world. Kabbalah, right? The Vedic information, the mantras, the deities, meditation practices. You'll notice very quickly that everybody's not about that life. Everybody's not about that. Most people aren't about that life. It takes a specific temperament to cut yourself away from the world and to put yourself into a space to do this, right? It takes a specific type of person. So don't get caught up with what's going on out there. Yeah, you can enjoy it, you can be entertained by it, but don't identify and attach to the culture or to the whatever the things that these people are crying about today. Because it's nothing new. It's nothing new. It's just gonna have a different name. One day it's this, tomorrow's gonna be that. Don't get tied up and wrapped up and end up wasting your energy when you could have been using your energy to complete your mission. And death is nothing to be feared, y'all. Sure, we might be afraid of the pain that might be associated with death. I mean, nobody wants to, you know what I'm saying, suffer. But don't be afraid of death, because this isn't your home. This isn't where you belong. This is a stop. This is a stop on the path. So don't be afraid of death. Don't be afraid of threats of any of that nature. When you've completed your mission, when it's your time, you will graduate and go to the next mission. Right? I hope you understand what I'm saying here. It ain't meant to be forever. It ain't meant to be permanent, right? The same way Panic's channel's gone and Bobby's videos disappeared, it's not meant to be forever. It's meant to get to specific ones, right? My videos are meant to be for specific ones. I'm gonna tell you straight up right now, these book reads, this Dion Fortune and all this stuff, all this intense scrutiny that I spend breaking down these metaphysical concepts, they're not gonna be on YouTube forever. They're not gonna be on YouTube forever. Ladder of Lights is gone, right? Cosmic Doctrine will not be here forever. So get this information while it's here. Tevetai says, man, I wish if I'm one of them ones that my Starship family could send your boys some provisions. They always do. They always do. Matter of fact, your provisions are on the way before you need them. Listen, man, trust your subconscious mind. That is your connection to who and what you actually are. Trust the subconscious mind. You're not stranded. You're not alone by any means. You might feel lonely, but you're not alone. Anamali says, if you're here and listening, you're part of the fam. Precisely. Precisely. Alchemy Gold says, I'm not coming back, in my Bobby Hemmett voice. Right. Some of us ain't. See, and that's the thing. Some of us don't have to worry about that whole argument. A lot of people that have watched Brother Panic are like, oh, how do I not come back? Well, they probably are the ones that are coming back. But this is not your home to begin with. So you're not going to be coming back. You came here to get a specific mission, and then you're out to the next, right? That's how it is. You came here to complete a specific mission, and then you go. As long as you do what you know is right, as long as you remember non-attachment, like I'm saying, don't get caught up in what's happening. Don't let some unhealed man, some unhealed woman tie you up and get you stuck here, right? You got something that's so much more powerful, so much more important going on than somebody's funky ass feelings. For sure, right? You didn't come here to have sex. You didn't come here to have a relationship. Even though you can do that, and that's fun, that's not what this incarnation is about at all. The same way that I say you didn't come here to eat steak and salmon. You didn't come here to eat good food, although you can do that, and that's fun, and you should, because it's delicious. That's not why you're here. Unless, of course, your particular soul has never experienced steak and salmon, then you'd probably do that. And, you know, you might have to enjoy the parasites that come with it, because if you've never eaten steak and salmon, then you've also never gotten parasites. So, you know what I'm saying. Anyways, don't get caught up. All right, so that's the end of it. I'm gonna play a little bit of Fortnite, and yeah. See you guys tomorrow evening for a live stream. I wonder what it is we will discuss. What is it that we will discuss? I was dog sitting the other day, right? And my aunt left her fur brush, and I realized that that works on my fur pillows and my chair. So now everything is super fluffy. I'm happy about that. That's my Venus and Taurus right there. Anna Molly says, I've been thinking of Earth like the low-level lobbies, and it makes it feel easier. Yeah. A lot of bots in the low-level lobbies. Love and B says, I'm overcoming the attachment to fearing death. Glad that you brought that up. Oy vey. Oh, what a day. What a day. All right. Anything else, my peoples? Anything else? Anything else, my favorite peoples? Don't get caught up in the nonsense. Man, I'll tell you my nonsense. My baby mama made up some drama. I thought I was gonna get full custody of my son. Nope. Turns out she just made it up for some attention. Talk about disappointed. I was ready too, man. I had his room all planned out. I thought about the different things we were gonna do. I was gonna teach him how to do this and that. Get him some nice clothes so he can dress up like he has some fashion sense. But it turns out it was all a lie. And in the past, that would have made me so pissed off that she would tell this lie to all these people and get me all worked up, and I've got all these dreams and visions of having my son. But you know what? I didn't get mad. I didn't get mad because I realized, you know what? This is yet another attempt for my focus to be derailed and to get stuck on something that doesn't even matter, right? So instead of getting locked into that and getting pissed off and spending all this energy and maybe even getting mad at her, etc., no, I stay focused on my goal, right? And it helped me to appreciate and enjoy even more my time with my son. So no, it didn't make me mad at all. If anything, I'll take it as a reminder that what I have planned for manifesting is still going to come to pass. Still going to come to pass. And I forgive her for that because you know what? Being a human being with unhealed trauma, these people aren't in control of their decision-making process. They do what they feel like they have to do because that's what they think is going to bring them love and the attention that they crave, right? That's why these people do these things, because they feel like this is what's going to give them the attention and the love that they crave. I can't get mad at that, right? Right? And that shows growth, because I promise you a couple years ago I'd have been pissed off and I might have made a decision. I might have said something, right? I might have said something that would have made things worse for me, right? I could have sent a text message and she could have screenshotted that and been like, look, this is what he says to me, right? No, let that shit slide. With understanding and compassion. We gonna do what we do and stay focused. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that also because honestly, I don't have anybody else to tell that stuff to, but it does serve as an example that I'm not just up here talking about some damn shadow work and, oh, you know, I know that you have problems in life, but focus on the goal. I'm not just saying this shit. Like, it applies to me too. It applies to me too. Alchemy Gold says, sorry, man, and you didn't put her in a jar. Right, because that's a waste of my energy. Like what these readings have been telling me, like what Lakshmi has been telling me, all of my focus needs to be on my goals and my manifestations. Same with you. All of your focus needs to be on your goals and your positive manifestations. Don't spend an ounce of your attention on the negativity, not an ounce of it. Because all that stuff passes. Bagel Boy 615 says, glitter is the heroes of the fashion world. Oh, he says herpes of the fashion world. We'll stick with the heroes. Why do you bots always do typos? Animali says, oh, I found a glitter spider in the little free book library on the corner. Nice, nice. Enchanted Cottage says, see my earlier comment, try to scroll up. I'm scrolling. Oh, that's how it goes. Okay. Enchanted Cottage says, you know, these dreams and visions may be for later. That's how mine played out. Okay. I'll take that. I receive it. I believe it. All right, everybody. This is the hero of the fashion world. No typo. And I'm signing out. Appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace. What did this dude say? I looked at the comments and this dude was like, you know, Trev, you go a lot further at reaching the collective if you distance yourself from the unicorns and the fairies and the pink backlights. And I'm like, okay. Perhaps if the visuals turn you away from the message, I think that's a clear and heavy sign that you don't belong here, that you're not ready for this information. If you can't, if you're incapable of seeing through the form and into the substance, you're already disqualified for this information. But there's a lot of TikTok videos for you, right? There's a lot of TikTok videos for you to entertain yourself with. But this type of information is not associated with anything that you're familiar with. This information here is not associated with anything that you're familiar with. Whatever your previous databases say about unicorns, it's probably incredibly incorrect. Because this damn sure has nothing to do with no human shit. With no human movement. With no unhealed trauma, I tell you that. This is metaphysical, meaning it goes beyond what you think it means. You could have just said, "Hey Trav, I'm insecure and I want to feel comfortable when watching your videos." And the answer would be the same. You're not ready. All right. Peace out. See y'all next time.